2 in the morning, and I was still at my desk, fixing a spreadsheet that nobody was ever going to read. That's the part I want you to picture. Not a hero, not a chosen one. A guy in a cheap office chair with one dead light bulb over his head, eating cold noodles out of a plastic tub, moving numbers from one column to another column because a man 3 floors up wanted them in the other column. My back hurt. My eyes hurt. I had that specific flavor of tired where you stop being a person and become a slow machine that types. And I remember thinking, very clearly, this is it. This is my life. This is the whole thing. Then the world broke. Not gradually, not with a warning. 1 second I was looking at cell F47, and the next second the room came apart like a mirror somebody dropped. The ceiling and the desk and the window and the little photo of nothing on my monitor, all of it splitting into a million pieces and blowing away. And I was standing in a gray place. Nothing under my feet that I could see, nothing above me. Just a spotlight from somewhere and a stone statue in front of me, enormous, faceless, looking down at me like I was a receipt it didn't want. "Are you really the supreme god?" I asked it. It did not answer. Statues never do. But something spoke, and it was the worst voice I have ever heard. Not because it was cruel, but because it was bored. "All realms have collapsed, returning to one." Cool. Congratulations. Guang have earned the right to travel to the primordial continent. There it is. Congratulations. My planet just got folded up like a paper napkin. Everyone I have ever met got scattered across a world I've never heard of, and the announcement voice went with, "Congratulations." Each person will be randomly assigned an initial territory. Recruit troops, plunder resources, develop your power. Guang will face competition from all races and the threat of the natives. For the weak, only death awaits. For the weak, only death awaits. Great. Very motivational. Somebody put that on a poster in the break room. 10 million people got pulled out of my world that night. I want you to hold that number because it matters in about 4 minutes. 10 million of us, and every single one got dealt a starting hand, an army type, a piece of land, 7 days. And exactly one of us got handed a unit with 0 attack power and 0 movement speed. Guess. The good news, which I did not know yet, is that the same machine that dealt me that hand also gave me the only button in the world that lets you throw a card away and draw again. Over and over. Forever. It took me about 4 minutes to find it and about a month to understand what it was. Randomly assigning territories. And then the floor turned into forest. I mean that literally. Between one blink and the next, I was standing in dirt at the foot of a mountain, and the air was so loud it hurt. Insects screaming. Birds screaming. Something much bigger than a bird screaming from a long way off in a register I didn't like at all. Trees 100 feet tall in every direction, so thick I couldn't see anything past 30 steps. My first genuine, honest reaction was that I had been drugged. My second was that somebody had gone to enormous trouble to build a very good set. So I slapped myself, hard, right across the face. It hurt. It stung. It kept stinging. Okay, so this was real. And here's the thing that surprised me most about that moment, looking back on it. I wasn't scared. I've been in the working world long enough that fear has a budget, and I'd spent mine years ago on quarterly reviews. What I felt was this weird, flat calm, like, fine, new job. What are the requirements? Then the ground rumbled, and a tree came up out of it, right in front of me, 30 feet of it, punching straight up through the dirt with a sound like a door opening in the earth. Bark that glowed faintly, leaves that moved without wind. And while I was staring at that, a fence rose up around us both, stone posts and wood, a ring maybe 40 paces across, with me and the tree in the middle of it like the world's least convincing petting zoo. The voice came back, and this time it came from inside my skull. Guang have 7 days of protection starting now. During the protection period, your territory will not suffer any damage. Okay, 7 days. That sounded generous. The territory core is a derivative of each lord's soul. Once destroyed, the lord perishes. Oh, so the glowing tree was me. That's what that meant. Somebody had taken my soul, pulled a piece of it out, planted it in the dirt, and made it into a very large, very obvious, completely stationary target. If anything ever chopped down that tree, I would stop existing, wherever I happened to be standing at the time. I walked up and put my hand on it. Warm. Alive. And information unfolded in my head the way a menu drops open. Territory. Tree of Life. Tier 1. Durability 100 out of 100. Recruitable troop type. Plant. Plant. I want to be very clear that at that moment I did not know why that was funny. I thought plant sounded fine. Trees are big. Trees are sturdy. I once saw a documentary where a root cracked a highway. I was, in that moment, an optimist. Then I found the chat. Because of course there was a chat, tucked in the corner of that mental menu like a notification badge, a thing called the regional channel. And when I opened it, I got hit in the face with the sound of 10,000 people losing their minds at the same time. Holy crap, I've time traveled. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? I just saw a python that was tens of meters long walk past me. Tens of meters. I want to go home. It seems our world is gone and we've all been moved here. Wife, where are you? This is Chong Fu. Can you see my message? I sat down in the dirt and read it, and something cold went through me that the god's announcement hadn't managed. Because that last one, that's a man typing his wife's name into the void every few seconds and watching nothing come back. Everyone got taken. Everyone got scattered. All of us, every corner of a dead world, dropped into random holes in a forest with a tree and a fence and 7 days. And then, gradually, the panic in the chat turned into the thing humans always turn panic into, which is comparing notes. I got an animal territory. I can only recruit wolf cubs. Undead graveyard here. I start with one little skeleton, the kind that falls apart if you poke it. What the hell is a mechanical factory? How is a person supposed to survive with one mechanical bird? Guang guys are lucky. I saw a plant type. Said he rolled little sapling. Little sapling? That's terrible. Thank God I'm not plant type. Relax, not every plant type starts with little sapling. Only the really unlucky ones roll that. I looked at the chat. I looked at my tree. I looked back at the chat. And with the specific dread of a man opening an envelope from the tax office, I closed the channel, walked to the trunk, and said the word. Recruit. 10 of them. I had 10 magic energy, and each recruit cost 1, so I took all 10, because in a world with screaming in it, more is better. The tree shivered. Little seeds came drifting down, glowing, and sank into the dirt. The dirt loosened. 10 little green shoots came up around my feet, each about as tall as my shin, waving gently. Name, little sapling. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Description, the lowest level plant type summon, barely usable for healing. Barely usable for healing. That's not even a stat line, that's a review. I stood there in the middle of my 10 shrubs while something enormous roared in the woods, and I did the math out loud like a crazy person. 0 attack, 0 speed. So what I had was 10 plants that could not hit anything and could not run away from anything, but could, if given time and privacy, slightly reduce the amount that I was bleeding. If you're going to hand me a garbage unit, at least give me a cactus. A cactus has thorns. A cactus can do something. I would have accepted a cactus. Instead, the universe gave me shrubbery and a countdown. And then, because even the announcement voice apparently felt bad, one more line dropped into my head. Each lord will receive 1 chance to draw a prize upon arrival. Would you like to use it now? A chest appeared. Gold trim, way too fancy for the woods, sitting there in the dirt like it had been delivered by a very lost courier. And look, when you have 10 shrubs and a death timer, you do not think hard about the prize box. I shoved my whole arm in. Gold light everywhere. Congratulations! Guang have gained the exclusive ability, Mutation. I read the description 4 times. Consumes magic energy. Causes a specified summoned unit to undergo mutation, transforming it into a random summoned unit of the same tier and randomly retaining one of its original skills. Mutation can be repeated. Repeated. That word did something to my brain chemistry. Because think about what that actually says. It doesn't say upgrade. It says reroll. It says take this thing you hate and make it into a different thing, and it keeps one of the old thing's skills. Which means every mutated unit comes out with 1 more skill than it's supposed to have. Forever. Stacked. Generation after generation. I opened the chat again with my heart going, hey guys, what'd you win in the raffle? Don't even ask. 15 stone. 20 wood. There's nothing good in these things. Got my hopes up for nothing. Yeah, looks like it's just resources for basically everyone. But somebody said they got a new troop type? Holy crap, really? A new troop type? That guy should just die. Get lost, you lucky bastard. Resources. They all got resources. Wood, stone, building supplies. And me, the man with the shrubs, the joke of the entire plant type community, The guy with the worst starting hand out of what I would eventually learn was 10 million people, me, they gave the reroll button. I would love to tell you I had a moment of triumph there, a fist pump, something. But the mutation ability cost magic energy, and I had spent every single point on my 10 useless children, and so I stood in my little fenced yard holding the best ability in the world with exactly 0 fuel in it, staring at a menu that might as well have said, "Nice, right? Bring money." That was when something hit the fence hard enough to shake it. I turned around. A black wolf, big as a motorcycle, with blades of bone growing out along its spine, was throwing itself at the barrier. Not testing it, not circling, just running full speed into the invisible wall over and over, getting bounced back 20 feet, getting up, doing it again. Blood on its muzzle from its own face. It had seen me. It wanted through. And the only reason it wasn't through was a rule. Now, when a wolf the size of a couch is trying to kill you, most people take a step back. And I want to be honest about what happened in my head instead, because it's the whole reason I'm still here. I thought, killing things gives magic energy. That's how these systems always work. And that wolf can't get in. But I can reach out. I went and found a stick. I want to underline that. Day 1, the apocalypse. My arsenal was a stick. About as thick as my forearm, broken at one end into a decent point, which in my professional assessment made it a spear, and in reality made it a stick. I walked up to the fence. The wolf saw me coming and lost its mind, jaw open wide enough to fit my head, that red throat, that noise, and it launched. And I stabbed it, right through the gut, through the invisible line it couldn't cross, and the shock of it went up both my arms like I'd hit concrete. But here's what I noticed even through that. It went in easy, way too easy. Whatever this world had done to me when it moved me, it had done something to my arms. The wolf slammed into the barrier and slid down, gutted, dragging itself sideways, trying to leave. And I did not let it leave. I picked the stick back up, I went around, and while it was turning, I put the point into the least dignified opening available on a large canine. I'm not proud. I'm alive. Pick one. It screamed. It stiffened. The stick snapped in half, and a couple of long minutes later it stopped moving, and a voice went off in my head like a cash register. Congratulations! Guang have defeated a Tier 1 black wolf and gained 1 point of magic energy. 1 point. 1 entire point for a wolf that had genuinely been trying to eat me. I dragged the corpse inside the fence, because food, and then I stood over my 10 shrubs, holding my 1 point of currency like a kid at an arcade. There shouldn't be any more accidents, right? I said, out loud, to a plant, and I hit one of them with Mutation. The light gathered. The sapling came apart and rebuilt itself. Something burst up through the soil, a vine, thick, covered in hooked thorns, and then another and another, whipping out of the dirt like the ground had gotten angry. In the middle of it, the little plant grew into a knot of woven green, with a closed bud on top that looked, and I am not being cute, like a head. Thorn vine grass, strength 6, constitution 10, skills, breath of nature, and vine whip, 2 skills. It kept the healing from the sapling, and it got a weapon. Exactly like the description said, and seeing it happen in front of me is different from reading it. I had one plant that could hit things. So naturally, I immediately tested it on more wolves, because the blood had brought friends. 3 of them out past the fence, pacing. Go, take them down. The vines went out 5 meters through the fence like something fired from a gun. The first wolf bit at them, and the vines just went around it, wrapped it, dragged it flat. It thrashed. It tore skin off itself trying to get loose, and every time it tore the vines, the healing kicked in and knitted them back together, so it was fighting something that could not be worn down, and I watched a large predator slowly understand that. The thorns opened its throat, 3 notifications back to back. The 4th wolf looked at what was left of its pack, made a decision I respected, and left at speed. And I stood there in a fenced patch of dirt with a stick that was now 2 sticks, going, okay. An hour ago, I couldn't kill one of those with a weapon. Now 1 plant killed 3 without me lifting a finger. I checked its stats again, and my stomach did something. Strength 7 now, constitution 11. And the little number after its tier had gone from 0 to 3. They gain experience. They level. They aren't summons. They're a career. So I spent everything I had on mutation, hitting sapling after sapling, 2 more vines, and then 1 popped open into a flower. An actual red flower, blooming right there in the dirt, and something came out of it. Small. Winged. It floated up and did a lap around my head, and then another, and then it hovered in front of my face, waiting. Flower spirit. Agility 8, spirit 10, 2 healing skills. She'd been alive for 8 seconds, and she was already showing off. I'm going to be straight with you about something. I'd been in that world for less than a day. My planet was gone. Every person I'd ever known was a dot somewhere on a map I'd never see. And this small, stupid, glowing thing did a loop over my head like it was glad I was there, and I had to stop and breathe for a second. Right. Anyway, back to violence. Because I had a problem. My plants couldn't move, 0 agility, all of them, rooted to the spot like the shrubs they were, which meant they could only kill what came to them. So I decided to bring it to them. Yes, that's the plan. That's the whole plan. I, personally, with 0 combat training and a broken stick, would walk out of the safe zone, find the largest predators available, make them extremely angry, and then run back inside the fence so my houseplants could murder them. Warning. Guang have now left the territory and are no longer protected by the safe zone. Yeah, I know. Thanks. 7 wolves came out of the tree line. 7. I turned and sprinted, and I have never run like that in my life, and I could hear them gaining, and I crossed the fence line, and the vines went over my shoulders like a wave breaking. It took maybe 4 seconds, all 7. And because I'd been careful about which plant got the kills, one particular thorn vine grass hit its cap and lit up, and the bud on its head slowly opened into a flower. Tier 2, Strength 20, Constitution 22, Agility 9. 9, not 0. I got down on my knees in the dirt and looked at the base of that thing, and yes, it had pulled itself out of the soil and grown thick roots, and it moved them, slowly, like an old man's legs, but it moved. My plant had learned to walk. I'd been a lord for 1 day. I had 1 plant with legs, 3 that could whip, 1 flying nurse, and enough magic energy to keep the machine running. That is when the roar happened. Not a wolf, nothing like a wolf. This one came up through the ground into my feet, and everything in the forest that could shut up, shut up. I turned around, and up on a rock outside my fence, there was a lion. Red fur, deep chest, sitting there entirely at ease, looking at my dead wolves, and then at me. Blazing lion. Tier 3, every stat around 30. Tier 3, my best unit was Tier 2 with 9 points of speed and a limp. And I want to describe what it did next precisely, because it told me everything about this world. It did not attack. It jumped down, walked past my fence like the fence was weather, put its head down, and started eating my wolves. It had checked my strength, priced me, and decided I could wait until after lunch. Which, okay, rude. But also, it was standing still, and it was in vine range, and I had a safe zone for 6 more days. Fire versus plants. Fire is the direct counter to everything I own. I knew that. I did it anyway because I did the math. Its spirit was 29. My Tier 2 vine had 22 constitution and could heal itself, and I had 3 healers behind the fence. Guang can't one-shot me, and I can bleed you for an hour. Go. The vines went. The lion's head came up and it spat a ball of fire, and the vines went black and dropped like burnt rope. Confirmed. Fire bad. But they weren't dead. That's the whole fight, right there, in 4 words. Scorched skin, some blackened barbs, and 22 points of constitution holding under 29 points of fire. And while it was drawing breath, and it had to draw breath, I sat there and counted. Its fire had a gap of about 4 seconds. The vines came back and wrapped its feet, and the barbs went in deep. Continue the attack. And then it was work. Ugly, patient, deeply unglamorous work. It tore loose, and I wrapped it again. It set half my line on fire, and my flower spirits knitted them back. It got a paw through the fence line and smashed a treant guard 15 feet, and I ran forward like an idiot and then remembered I have 0 relevant skills and stopped. At one point, it stopped attacking the plants entirely and started throwing itself at the barrier, over and over, trying to get to me specifically, because on some level it had worked out that everything hitting it came from the man standing behind the wall doing nothing. It was right, and the wall held, because it was still, technically, Tuesday. And I want to describe the middle of that fight honestly, because it went on for a very long time, and it was not thrilling. It was maintenance. I stood at a fence for the better part of an hour, giving one instruction over and over. Hold, heal, wrap, back off, wrap again, while a creature 3 tiers above me got slowly, methodically worn down by an enemy that could not be made to bleed out. Every exchange, I lost material and got it back. Every exchange, it lost blood and didn't. That's it. That's the entire trick, and it never changed for the rest of my life. Toward the end, it couldn't spit fire anymore. The poison in the thorns had gotten into it, and its legs had stopped answering. A vine went around its throat, into the wound already there, and pulled. Congratulations! Guang have successfully defeated the Tier 3 Blazing Lion and gained 15 magic energy. I sat down where I stood. 15. One Tier 3 monster was worth 15 wolves, and my whole roster was alive because nothing had died, because plants don't really die, they just get shorter and then get better. I had killed a thing 3 tiers above me on day 1 with a fence, a grudge, and shrubbery, which meant the fence was the weapon, not the plants, the fence, and I had 6 days left of it. I got up, called every unit that could still walk, and went to get stone. 100 units of it, which sounds like a lot until you have 4 plants with hands and a mountain sitting right behind your house. Half a day of hauling and the tree took it and grew. Everything got bigger at once. The fence turned to stone pillars. The tree went to 20 meters and put out a canopy that covered half the yard, and the light coming through the leaves turned the whole place green and stupid and pretty. And then something went into my chest and spread out through my arms and legs like hot water. I looked down at my hands, because that's the thing nobody tells you at the start. The territory is your soul. So when the territory levels, you level. I stood there in my new stone yard and understood, with total confidence, that if that first black wolf came back right now, I could kill it with my hands. Not with a stick, with my hands. Tier 2, so that's what that feels like. The tree gave me 2 more things for the upgrade, a new unit I could recruit, and a territory skill. The skill was repatriation, send a unit back, get half its cost in energy. Which sounds boring and turned out to be the single most useful button I owned, because it meant I was never stuck with garbage. Everything was liquid. Everything could be recycled into something better. And the new unit was, I want you to know, I recruited it with genuine hope in my heart. A mushroom. A round, fat, fire-red mushroom covered in spores, sitting in the dirt looking like a footstool. Power, 0. Agility, 0. Description. A small mushroom, harmless to humans and animals, and can even be used in soup. Can even be used in soup. That's in the official file. My Tier 2 unlock, the reward for my first full day of surviving an apocalypse, came with a serving suggestion. I stood over it for a while. Then I read the skill. Exploding spores. Throws spores into the air, they attach to the enemy, and cause a strong explosion, dealing 80% of the spirit attribute as area damage. Its spirit was 22. Its spirit was 22, and its strength was 0, and its agility was 0, and it could not move or hit anything, but it could throw a bomb. And I had an ability that takes one thing, turns it into another thing, and keeps a skill. I looked at the mushroom. I looked at my walking vine with the whip. I looked back at the mushroom. Guang, see it. Guang already see it. I saw it too, and I want you to know I laughed out loud, alone, in a forest, at night, at the mental image of a whip that detonates. I had no energy left to do it. Of course I didn't. So I built a fire off the flame crystal I'd cut out of the lion, put meat over it, and sat under my tree reading the chat while it cooked. And the chat that night was people quietly comparing miseries. How's everyone doing over there? Rough start, but I finally got my territory to Tier 2. Already? I'm 4 magic short. These monsters are impossible to kill. Don't even talk to me. My starting unit is garbage. Can't beat a Tier 1. Can't get food. I don't know how I'm getting through tonight. Miserable. And me, up in my stone yard, Tier 2, with a lion in my belly and 11 plants in the dirt, and the best ability in the world sitting in my pocket waiting for fuel. I did not post. There was one more thing in the chat that stuck, though. Somebody asked whether anyone had rolled angel or demon, and the whole channel came alive, because apparently those 2 are the rare ones, the strong ones. And one guy said he'd seen an angel type that afternoon, 2 angels floating next to him, and he deleted a Tier 2 monster instantly. Wow, did he give you trouble? What's he going to do? I had a Tier 2 Gale Leopard. I just rode off. He couldn't catch me. I thought this was going to be a revenge story, and it turned into a flex. I made a note of the word angel and went to sleep in a hammock the tree grew for me, which is a sentence I would have paid money to hear a week earlier. I woke up because the ground was shaking. 3 blazing lions outside my fence. 3, slamming into the barrier in shifts. And I understood immediately, because I'm an idiot. I had hung the lion's meat out to dry, in the open, in lion country. My vines went out and got burned to charcoal in under 2 seconds, all of them, simultaneously. Yesterday's trick was dead. 1 fire lion I could grind down, 3 would just keep the burn up forever, and I would run out of plant before they ran out of lion. And then I remembered the mushroom. Overnight, things had wandered into my vines in the dark and died, and I had 5 magic energies sitting in the bank. Mutation on a Tier 2 unit costs 5. I have never moved so fast in my life. The light came down over that stupid soup ingredient, and it stretched and grew and turned into a vine plant, taller than a man, but wrong in the best way. Covered in red spores, they came off it and hung in the air around the vines like dust in a sunbeam. Thorn vine flower. Skills, exploding spores. Vine whip. I pointed at the nearest lion. 2 vines came off it like bullwhips, swept across the top of my fence, went 10 meters out, and wrapped the closest lion around the middle. And I want to be clear that I did not know what was going to happen. I had a theory. I had a fun idea. That's all it was. Then the world went white, and the sound arrived a half-second later, and I got knocked back on my heels. When I could see again, there was a crater outside my fence with a lion in it, upside down, bleeding from places lions do not normally have. I stood there with my mouth open. "Go," I said. "Keep bombing." And that was the morning I learned what my ability actually was. Because the other 2 lions did everything right. They spread out, they dodged, they tried to burn the vines, and it did not matter, because the spores were already in the air, already on their wounds, already rooting in, and I just kept feeding it. Boom, boom, boom. The second lion got dragged down by 2 vines from opposite sides, its mouth wrapped so it couldn't breathe fire, and the barbs went into the wound the spores had opened, and then its heart came apart from the inside. The last one stood there and looked at me through the fence. Then it left. It bared its teeth first, growled at me a couple of times to save face, and then it turned around, and it left, and the forest ate it. 14 magic energy. And silence. I sat down on the stone, and my hands were shaking, and I would love to say it was adrenaline, but honestly, it was math, because I had just watched the whole rest of my life open up in front of me. Recruit a unit. Mutate it. It keeps a skill. Mutate the next one. It keeps a skill. Nobody else could do this. Everyone else in 10 million people had 1 troop type and whatever it came with. I had a slot machine that only paid out. So I spent 5 energy on another mushroom and 5 more mutating it immediately. And this time the light faded and there was a tree spirit standing there with a wooden greatsword, upright, broad-shouldered, the kind of thing that looks like it should have a name. Treant warrior. Skills, exploding spores, cleave, a swordsman whose sword explodes. I had 3 Tier 2 units, 4 healers, a bone knife I'd made out of the lion, and, for the first time since the sky broke, an actual thought that wasn't about survival. It was, I've been in this world for 2 days and I've never once seen past the trees. I didn't know what was out there. I didn't know if there were other people within 100 kilometers or right over the ridge. I didn't know what the forest turned into. "Let's go," I said to a group of shrubs. "Let's find out where we live." And they came with me, all of them. Vines sliding over the ground on either side, the tree spirit up front, the little flower spirit floating over my head like she had somewhere better to be and was doing me a favor. I stepped out through my own gate on purpose for the first time, and the warning went off in my ear about leaving the safe zone. I ignored it and kept walking. We didn't make it far before I heard chewing. I put a hand up and the whole group stopped dead, instantly, all at once, which is a thing I hadn't tested and which I found deeply unsettling in a good way. They didn't hear me. They felt me. There was a line running from my head to every one of them, and it was always on. I went up to the tree line on my stomach and looked through the brush, and there were 6 things out there tearing a corpse apart. Wolf heads, ape bodies, long arms. Blood wolf demon, Tier 2. Strength 13, Constitution 13, Agility 24. 24. My best unit had 9. These things were nearly 3 times faster than anything I owned, and there were 6 of them, and they were Tier 2 just like me. The correct decision, obviously, was to back away quietly. And I want to explain why I didn't, because it wasn't bravery, it was arithmetic and a little bit of ego. My plants were slow, yes, but their attacks weren't. A vine leaves the plant at speed and reaches 5 meters and doesn't care how fast you are, it cares where you're standing. Speed doesn't save you from something that's already around your ankle. Also, and this is the real reason, I had been in this world 2 days, and every single fight so far had happened with a fence between me and it. If I never learned to fight without the fence, then the second the fence went away, I was a man in an office chair again. So I sent the tree spirit around the back, put 2 vine flowers low along the ground, and waited until all 6 of them had their heads down in the meat. Then I went first. I came out of the brush at a dead sprint, and I want to note that I was as surprised by that as anyone. One of them heard me and reared up to warn the others, and the tree spirit came out of the trees behind it and split its skull in half like firewood. 6 magic energy. The voice was already talking, and I wasn't listening, because the closest one was turning toward me, and I had a bone knife in about a second. Vines came up under its feet and yanked. I put the knife through its chest while it was still trying to understand the ground. The last 3 came at me in a line, screaming, and they were fast. They were so fast, and they did not notice the red dust that had drifted over them 30 seconds earlier. The blast picked all 3 of them up. We finished them on the ground, 1 each, and the whole thing took under a minute. And then I stood there in a clearing full of dead speed demons, breathing like a bellows, with 30 magic energy in my pocket and blood on my knife that I had personally put there. Well done, I said. I was talking to the plants. I was also, obviously, talking to me. And then the little flower spirit lit up. She'd been healing the whole fight, which apparently counts, and her bar filled, and a wreath of tiny flowers wove itself over her head out of nothing, and she came out the other side, bigger, brighter, agitation 24, the same as the demons that had almost killed me, with healing strong enough that when she dropped a light on my arm, the scrape I'd picked up crossing the brush simply stopped existing. Flower fairy. She flew a slow circle around my head to show it off. I let her. We kept moving after that, clearing whatever crossed us, learning the ground. It was somewhere around noon when the sky changed. Beams of light, dozens of them, hundreds, coming down out of a clear sky all over the continent at once, thick as searchlights, punching down into the world in every direction I could see. The chat detonated. Look up. What is that? Treasure falling from heaven? A meteor? Is the world ending again? There's one really close to me, going to check it out. Might be something amazing. I'm going. And that, right there, is the exact moment the world stopped being about monsters. Because a couple of hundred people all decided at the same time to walk toward the same shiny thing. And every single one of them was a lord with an army. And every single one of them had spent 2 days learning that in this place, the weak die. One of those beams came down on a clearing about 10 kilometers from my tree. I didn't run there. I want that on the record. I went there slowly, killing things on the way, because on the way to that clearing, my 2 vine flowers and my tree spirit all hit their caps at the same time and came apart into light. Tier 3, Poison Ivy Flower. Constitution 42, and the flower on top had gone pale purple, which the description explained by telling me the plant now contained a potent poison and attacks inflicted toxicity. And the tree spirit came back up as a treant berserker with a great sword bigger than I am, 40 strength, and forts, because it had inherited from a mushroom 2 generations back, limit red spores crawling all over the blade. An exploding greatsword. On a thing that runs at you. 6 tier 3 units. On day 3. While the chat was still full of people celebrating tier 2. I want to say something about that walk, because it's the first time I understood what I actually had. 6 units. 2 of them purple now, poison in the barbs, vines that reached over 20 meters. 1 tree spirit with a great sword bigger than a door and red spores crawling up the blade. 2 healers in the air and 1 very small queen bossing everyone around. Nobody handed me any of that. There was no lucky box. Every single one of those things started as a shrub that could not attack, and I had built them by re-rolling and killing whatever would hold still. And the whole region was, at that exact moment, in a public channel, explaining to each other that plant type is weak early. Good. Keep saying that. I got to the clearing with about an hour to spare, and I did not go in. I climbed a tree at the edge, and I watched, and this is what I saw. Maybe 200 people in a field being friendly, actually friendly, trading names, comparing territories. Hey brother, you got here fast. Were you born around here too? Yeah, not far. If there's an opportunity, we can all work together. Great. I've been worried about how hard it is alone. There were even a few standing off at the edges, not talking, just memorizing faces. The beam came down. The ground jumped. And when the dust cleared, there was a chest sitting there, half as tall as a man, gold on the edges. And every one of those people who had been calling each other brother for an hour turned into an animal in about a second and a half. Get out of my way. That's mine. It's mine. Don't try to take it from me. Who do you think you are? I saw it first. One kid got there first. He actually made it. He put his hand out and he was grinning. And then about 40 attacks landed on him at once from every direction, and he came apart. And the whole field went dead quiet. Because it's one thing to know that the weak die. It's another thing to watch a person you were talking to 15 minutes ago turn into a wet mark on the grass over a box. Some of them ran, genuinely ran, right then, and I don't blame them. The rest stood there frozen. And a purple vine came out of the tree line behind them, went past their legs, and opened the chest. 3 things inside: a scroll, a token, and a bead. My vine swept all 3 up, and the bead, round, stupid, perfectly spherical, rolled right out and dropped. 2 out of 3. Take it. Go. Stop him! He's stolen the things! They came after me, and their units couldn't do anything, because my vines were tier 3 and theirs were tier 2, and everything that got close got shredded on the barbs. I heard someone shout, "3rd tier! That's definitely 3rd tier!" and I was already halfway home. Then somebody shouted something else. "The arrow of judgment!" I looked back. There was a man in the air, with wings, huge, white, feathered, unfolding out of his back where nobody had seen them because he'd kept them tucked, and everyone had assumed he was just another humanoid. "Angel system!" "It's Angel system!" He drew and he loosed, and the arrow crossed the entire field before I'd finished turning my head, and it hit my vine and exploded and cut it in half. Both my prizes hit the dirt, and some arrogant kid in the crowd smirked and said casually, like he was sending an intern for coffee, "Liuli, go get those 2 things back." The second angel went, landed in the crater, bent down to pick up my scroll and my token, and did not notice that the 2 halves of a severed vine were still lying there, covered in red spores. I had been running for my life for a solid minute, and I still had the presence of mind to enjoy that. The blast took her off her feet and threw her across the field. The vines came back up out of the smoke, took the scroll and the token, and were gone into the trees before anyone had blinked. And from beginning to end, not one person saw my face. The kid with the angels went to his fallen unit, and everyone else in that field stood around trying to work out what had just happened to them, and the consensus they arrived at was, honestly, flattering. They escaped? A 3rd order angel troop got blown away. That's stronger than a normal tier 3. Could the other side be tier 4? Or some kind of high-level plant-type monster? Nobody in that clearing considered, even briefly, that it might be a person. And then somebody shouted, "Oh no, the bead's been stolen!" And the entire field forgot about me instantly and went back to killing each other over the 1 item I'd dropped. That, incidentally, is a rule I have used about 40 times since, and I'll give it to you free. Never take everything. Take what matters and leave a bone in the middle of the room, and the pack will fight over the bone instead of following you. I ran the entire way home, and I did not stop until I was inside my own fence, hands on my knees, chest heaving, laughing in a way that wasn't entirely stable. 2 items, from 200 people, and an angel. The scroll was a territory upgrade scroll, 1 free tier, no materials, up to tier 3. The token said, randomly unlocks a tier 3 rare troop type. Rare. I used the scroll first, and the whole yard came apart and rebuilt, stone walls thicker, the tree past 30 meters. That hot flood through my body again as I went with it, and a random tier 3 unit unlocked with it, poison ivy flower, which I already had, which is exactly the kind of luck I'd come to expect. Then I picked up the token, and I was actually nervous. My hands were not steady. Because everything I had, everything, had come out of the fact that I'd rolled the worst possible unit and gotten the best possible ability to fix it, and now the universe was offering me a straight, honest, no-strings good thing, and I wasn't sure I knew how to receive one. 50 magic energy went into the tree. Congratulations! Guang have unlocked the tier 3 rare troop type, Plant Spirit, a ball of green light. That's it. That's what came out. Floating there, drifting back and forth. Strength 25. Constitution 25, Agility 28, Spirit 40, Skill, Nature Control. Manipulates natural energy to launch ranged attacks on enemies within range. Ranged. Magic. Actual, real, aimed from a distance magic, on a plant type, the branch of this system whose entire reputation was tough and useless. And I had an ability that copies skills. I did not sit down and think about it. I recruited a second one and hit it with mutation immediately, and the green orb came apart and reformed into a small figure holding a staff, wearing a crown, and the light around it was different from any light I'd seen so far. Flower Spirit. Royal Family. Spirit, 50. Skills, Nature Control, and Affinity Aura. Natural energy surrounds all friendly plant-type units. Increases all attributes by 10%. Rare skill. Royal Bloodline. Those were the words in the description. Awakened her royal bloodline for some reason, and possesses the ability to command other plant types. I stood there going, for some reason. That's what it says. For some reason. The system doesn't know either. She rose up off the ground, and she flew a slow lap over the whole yard, and everywhere she passed the plants under her lifted, straightened, brightened. I checked their numbers. 10%. All of them. Permanently, as long as she was near. I had just made every single unit I would ever own 10% better, forever, by accident, on a whim, with a button. I tried again immediately, obviously. Recruited another plant spirit, mutated it, got a normal one. Tried again. Normal one. Right. So that wasn't going to be a factory, which meant the thing floating over my head was the only one in the world. I recycled all my leftover Tier 1 and Tier 2 units into energy, replaced them with proper Tier 3 magic casters, and then I called her down, and she landed in front of my face and hovered there with the little wings going, waiting for whatever I was about to do. From now on, I said, I'll call you Ling Shi. That'll make it easier to tell you apart. She didn't answer, obviously. She was a plant. She just went straight up over my head and started dancing, spinning, scattering light everywhere, and did not stop for a long time. I opened the chat that night with a bowl of meat and read about myself. I never expected the thing falling from the sky to be a chest. Total miscalculation. I should have gone. I might have grabbed something. Are you insane? Guang have no idea how bad it got. People died. I heard even the angel system showed up. 2 Tier 3s. So that guy took the whole chest? No, there were 3 things. 2 got stolen by a plant type, and nobody even got a clear look at him. Hiss. Plant type? Plant type beat angel system? Believe it or not, I think that plant type is Tier 4. Nothing else explains it. How could plant type possibly get to Tier 3 this fast? That doesn't happen. And there it is. That's the sound of 100 people all deciding at once that I must be a monster, because the alternative, that a plant type with the garbage starting unit was simply ahead of them, was, to them, less believable than a 4th tier beast wearing a person suit. I want you to hold on to that, because that chorus never once got me right. Not once. Not the whole way through. Somewhere a dozen kilometers off, in a hall that glowed, a young man was reading the same messages with a much worse expression, holding a perfectly round, transparent bead that he'd picked up off the grass. Plant type, huh? He said. One day I'll pull you out of the ground by the roots. I didn't hear that. I'd have found it funny. I spent that evening building a wooden house under my tree. My back was killing me, and hammocks are for people who have never owned a mattress. And then I ate under a roof for the first time since the sky fell, with 14 Tier 3 plants roaming a stone yard around me, and Ling Shi and 2 flower spirits chasing each other through the branches over my head. The treants patrolled the fence. Nobody told them to. They just did. All right, I said. Everyone get some rest. Big day tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Speaking to houseplants. Day 3. I was doing great. Next morning, I went into the forest properly, not the edge, into it, because I'd been skirting the tree line for 3 days like a man walking around a swimming pool, and now I had 6 Tier 3 units, and I wanted to know what was in there. It was dark, almost no light at all, just slivers, and the noise from deeper in was worse than at the edge. Something the size of a crocodile came at me out of the shadow, went invisible mid-charge, actually invisible, shadow transformation, it's in the file, and got within 5 meters of my throat before Ling Shi put wood spikes up through it from below without appearing to work very hard. Ling Shi, well done. She went straight up and did the light scattering thing again. We went for over an hour. I killed everything that moved and took the energy and got, honestly, comfortable. Cocky, even. I was 200 meters from the far side of the forest and thinking about lunch. Then my ear twitched and I stopped the column. I climbed an old tree with roots like a fist and put my head up through the branches to look out the other side. and I stopped being comfortable forever. There was a wall, a semi-transparent wall, standing at the edge of the forest, going up out of sight, running left and right further than I could see. Heaven to earth. And on the other side of it, there were monsters. Not a pack, not a herd, a field of them, black and shifting all the way to the horizon, packed shoulder to shoulder, miles of them. And I could see shapes in there that made the Tier 3 lion I'd killed look like a house cat. They were pressed against the wall, all of them, facing my way. I sat in that tree with my hand over my mouth, because it was so obvious once you saw it. 7 days of protection. 7 days where your territory cannot be harmed and nothing can get in. That was never a gift. That was a fence around a paddock, and a countdown to when the fence comes down, and on the other side of it, 100,000 things had been standing in a queue for 3 days, waiting for the gate. My territory was the closest one to that wall. Mine. I'd been dropped in the front row. I got out of that tree so fast I took bark with me, and I ran the whole way home with my plants scrambling to keep up, and I didn't stop until I was standing in my own yard, with my hands on the trunk of my own tree, breathing. Then I made myself calm down and think, because panic is a luxury and I was on a budget. Facts. Mountain behind me, that's one side I can't be hit from. 3 sides to defend, not 4. The forest is thousands of miles long, so they won't all come at me, they'll spread out along the whole line. If they spread, I can kill them in pieces, and every single one of them that dies in front of my fence is magic energy. Danger is just opportunity with worse manners. If I could hold, that tide would make me the richest man on this continent. 4 days. I dumped every point I had into recruiting and went from 6 Tier 3 units to 12 in half an hour. And then, because I'm not actually a monster, I opened the regional channel and typed the only message I'd ever sent. A large number of monsters have appeared on the other side of the forest, at least tens of thousands, many Tier 3 or higher. Guang should prepare. I want to be honest about why. It wasn't kindness. If everyone else's territory got flattened, every monster in the region would eventually come to me. I needed them alive. I needed them fighting. The channel's response was immediate and unanimous. Tens of thousands of monsters in the forest? Really? Impossible. How would there be no sign of that many? Guang are bragging. Tens of thousands? Lots of them Tier 3? Do we look uneducated? I'm right by the forest and I don't see anything. Haha, caught him. The forest is dangerous. How would anyone even cross it? Obviously fake. Right, fine. I closed the channel and went to work, and I did not send another message for a very long time. 20 minutes into the forest, I found a cave. Steam coming out of it, sulfur in the air, and 2 blazing lions asleep at the mouth like doormen who'd given up. Their lair, 2 kilometers from my house. That's where the lions had been coming from this entire time. I looked at that and I thought, clear it now, or fight all of them during the tide with my back turned. But then I saw what was inside. Through a crack in the rock, down in the dark, there was a pool of lava. Actual molten rock, churning, and a dozen more lions asleep around it like it was a fireplace. And in the middle of that lava, there was a flower. A red lotus, small, sitting on the surface of liquid stone, completely unbothered, not burning, not even wilting. Just floating there, in a pool that would vaporize me, being pretty. I have never wanted anything so immediately in my life. 16 lions, fire, which counters everything I own, in a volcano, which is their home field. So I didn't fight them in it. I dragged the 2 dead doormen out to the cave mouth, left them in the open where the blood would carry, and hid. 3 came out. They found their friends and started making noise, and I said, "Go," very quietly. And the vines came out of the ground and bound their legs and their mouths at the same time so they couldn't call, and Ling Shi and 3 flower spirits put wood spikes through all 3 of them in under 10 seconds. Then I dragged those out too. I did it 4 times. I baited a lair of Tier 3 predators to death with the corpses of their own pack, 4 at a time, and the only thing that went slightly wrong was the last wave, which came out all together and got messy. Then I walked in. The heat at the edge of that pool bent the air. My plants shrank back from it on instinct, and I had to squint just to look at the thing. First vine I threw went in and came out as ash, so I looked down my roster and picked the specific poison ivy flower that had been my very first mutation, the one that had inherited little sapling's healing 3 generations back, and had been quietly regenerating itself since day 1. Guang go. Ling Shi, you 3, keep it alive. The vine went out over the lava, and it burned, and it healed, and it burned, and it healed, and the fairies poured light on it the whole way, and the two effects fought each other to a standstill about a meter over molten rock. Crack! It broke the stem and came back with the flower. Fire-bathing lotus. Function. When planted within the territory, it produces magic energy once per hour. Amount depends on territory level. I planted it next to my tree. Building level, Tier 3. Resource acquisition, 15 magic energy per hour. 15 an hour. A Tier 3 monster was worth 12. I had just installed a flower that generated more income than hunting, while I slept, forever, for the rest of my life, with no risk and no effort. I stood in my yard at the end of day 3, looked at my quiet little pot plant printing money in the dirt, and thought about the wall in the forest. 4 days. Come on then. Tier 4 turned out to have a price tag with a surprise on it. Wood, fine, plants make their own. Stone, fine, there's a mountain. 250 magic energy, fine, I own a flower that prints it. Tier 3 territory essence, 0 out of 1. I had never seen the word essence before in my life. It wasn't a resource you gathered. It wasn't in a shop. There was no shop. It was just sitting there in the requirements like a locked door with no keyhole. So I did what I always did, which is haul stone and wait for the world to explain itself. It explained itself at dawn. Congratulations, lords. Guang have successfully survived for 3 days on the primordial continent. Restrictions on major monster gathering areas have been lifted. Clearing these areas will reward rare items and territory essence, the material needed to upgrade your territory to Tier 4. The channel went completely silent for about 4 seconds. I have never seen that channel silent. Then it exploded. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! Rare item rewards? Tier 4 materials? Last time they dropped a chest and it was a bloodbath. What's this going to be? What's a monster gathering place? Is it dangerous? I don't care what it is, I'm going, and I'll fight anyone who tries to take it. And I sat there in my yard doing the smug arithmetic, because I had everything else. Wood, stone, energy, all of it, banked. I needed one thing, and the sky had just told me where it was. Get there first. Get to Tier 4 before anybody. Walk into the tide as the biggest thing in the region. Word came back faster than expected, under an hour. A Tier 3 beast-type lord found one, went in, and got wiped out. Not beaten, wiped. Almost every unit he owned, dead, and he barely crawled home himself. There's a Tier 4 monster in the settlement, and the channel changed key. Oh god, there are Tier 4s in these places? That's terrifying. I'm not even Tier 3 yet. So the guy got annihilated and ran? He was a Tier 3 powerhouse. Damn it. I thought this was a reward for surviving 3 days. It's a trap. There's no free lunch. I'm going back to killing low-level stuff. Here's what a Tier 4 actually means, and I only learned this from the channel that morning. 3 is the ceiling for low-level life. Cross it, and you don't just get bigger numbers, you change category. Low-level to mid-level. Guang learn a whole new skill. It isn't 1 plus 1. So a Tier 3 army walking into a Tier 4 boss doesn't lose a fight, it gets deleted. Which is when a man named Ouyang Fang stepped into the channel. Everyone, I am Ouyang Fang. I am recruiting partners of Tier 3 or above to conquer the monster settlements and resist the beast tide. If you're interested, contact me. And the channel lost its mind in a completely different direction. Ouyang Fang? The Ouyang Fang? The Angel System guy? Master Ouyang, can you take me? I should hit Tier 3 tomorrow. Hey pro, help me out, I'm nearly 3 too. Count me in, I upgraded this morning. I'm Tier 2, but I have a Tier 3 Centaur, Master Ouyang, what do you think? Everybody wanted in. Everybody wanted to stand near the man with the angels, because Angel System is famously the strongest thing you can roll, and even he couldn't do a Tier 4 alone. And I sat there reading it and thinking 2 things. 1, that's the guy from the field, the arrogant kid who sent Liu Li to pick up my scroll like a golf ball. So he's alive, he's ambitious, and he is very good at this. Because look at that message. He didn't just make friends, he built an organization inside 10 minutes. 2, I'm not joining anything. Not because I'm antisocial, although. Mostly because joining means telling a stranger where I live, and I had spent 3 days learning exactly how much a promise is worth in a world where a boy got vaporized over a box. Besides, I had a thought. I went and looked at my fire-bathing lotus, which had been quietly working for 2 days now, and checked the account. Over 500 magic energy, just sitting there. made by a flower, while I slept. I spent the entire morning in my yard building an army. 12 poison ivy flowers, 9 treant berserkers, 6 flower spirits, and 3 that came out of the mutation looking like nothing I'd built before. Exploding mushroom, tier 3. But it had grown legs, actual legs, out from underneath, which no mushroom of mine had ever done, and its old spore skill had evolved into something the file called self-destructing mushroom. Rapidly generates mushrooms and throws them at enemies, causing a powerful explosion. I stood in front of it for a while. It picked a mushroom off its own body and threw it at my fence, and blew a hole in my fence. No, I said. It picked another one. No. That little idiot nearly demolished my house on its first day, and it was, without question, my favorite thing I have ever owned. Then I took 30 units and went hunting for a settlement. The word settlement turns out to be literal. It's a place where so many monsters gather that the ecology just breaks, and something bigger grows in the middle of it, like mold in a corner. I found mine in a valley about half a morning out, mist sitting in it, walking corpses shuffling through the fog, skeletons dragging axes, and a haze of something wrong hanging over the whole thing like the valley itself was sick. Tier 3, all of them. Walking corpse, skeleton axeman, beatable. So I didn't beat them. I picked them off. The vines on a tier 3 poison ivy flower reach 20 meters, and in fog you cannot see 20 meters. I stood at the mouth of that valley in the mist and pulled skeletons out of the world one at a time, feet first, no sound but bone cracking somewhere they couldn't see. I got 12.5 before anything noticed. Then we went in properly, and I stopped being polite. Wood spikes came out of the ground, treants went through the middle with the exploding swords, and the 3 mushroom children skipped along behind the line, throwing bombs at everything like it was a festival. 50, 60 magic in a few breaths. It was going great. Then I noticed the smoke. Every corpse we killed let out a thread of black mist, and every thread was drifting the same direction, to a tombstone at the far end of the valley, huge, older than everything else. And the air around it was getting colder, because of course that's what the black mist was for. This wasn't a nest with a monster in it. It was a nest that had been feeding a monster, and I had just spent 20 minutes hand-delivering it a meal. I had just enough time to think, oh no, and pull my units into a circle. The ground split. A wind came out of it that pushed my whole line back, and an arm came up, then a head, then 3.5 meters of walking corpse, standing there in the wreck of its own grave. Rotting Corpse King. Tier 4. Strength 85. Constitution 96. Twice everything I had. Oh no. Get out of the way! I threw myself sideways, and it came down where I'd been standing, and 2 poison ivy flowers that didn't move fast enough simply stopped existing. Not injured, not knocked down, crushed into paste in one hit, with no chance to heal, which is the entire point of my whole army. That's when I understood the difference between tiers in my body instead of on a page. Spread out, attack with everything. And then it was the ugliest fight of my life. Vines wrapped its legs and it tore them off like cobwebs. The poison didn't touch it. It's already dead. Of course the poison didn't touch it. I'm an idiot. It bit the head off a treant berserker. It breathed corpse poison over 2 more, and they rotted where they stood, went soft, and fell over. I was losing a unit every few seconds, and each one had cost me 20 energy and days of leveling, and I felt every single one. And this is the part I want to be honest about, because I've told this story a few times, and I usually skip it. For about 10 seconds in the middle of that fight, I lost. Not the battle. Me. I stood in a valley of fog with a bone knife in my hand and watched a thing that could not be poisoned tear apart the army I'd spent 5 days building, and my brain very calmly produced the sentence, "You should run. You can rebuild. You can come back at tier 4. And it was correct. That was the correct sentence. Any sane person runs there. The reason I didn't is not courage. It's that I looked at where the Corpse King was standing and where my line was, and realized that if I turned around now, the 8 units already dead had died for nothing, and the one still standing would die in the retreat, and I would come back in 3 days with a fresh army to fight the same monster, having learned nothing except that I run. So I stopped calculating the exit. Ling Shi! She raised the staff and put wood spikes through its chest. The mushroom threw a bomb under it while it was screaming and knocked it flat, and it got back up. That's the part I remember. It got back up, covered in holes, one arm hanging, and it was still faster than anything I owned. But it was in the middle now, and there were 40 of us and one of it, and everything I had regenerates. Vines grew back and went around its ankles low to the ground. Flower spirits kept the front line from dying. And through it all, Ling Shi's 10% sat on every single unit, which does not sound like much until 40 units are all 10% harder to kill at once. That's it! Attack the head! We lost 3 more, taking it down. Ling Shi put a spike through the back of its skull, and it burst, and it fell. Defeat the Tier 4 Rotting Corpse King and gain 25 magic energy. 25. 25 magic energy. I lost 8 units. 8 units at 20 energy apiece is 160. I paid 160 magic energy for 25 magic energy and a lot of emotional damage. Guang have got to be kidding me. And then a second voice right behind it. Congratulations! Guang have successfully wiped out a territory of Tier 3 monsters. Reward, Tier 3 territory essence. A crystal condensed out of the black smoke over the body and hung there in the air, clear as ice. Fine. Fine, okay. Worth it. And then a third notification, which I hadn't expected at all. Tier 3 troop token, walking corpse. A token. For a new troop type. Accept usage requirement, Tier 3 undead system territory. Undead system, not mine. So I'd fought a monster that killed 8 of my kids, and the bonus prize was a coupon for a store I'm not allowed in. If I'd gone and cleared a plant settlement, I'd have gotten a plant token. I picked the wrong flavor of nightmare. And there's no trading system in this world, no market, no shop. It was just going to sit in my pocket forever. I put it away, annoyed, and that's when Ling Shi and 2 of the vines lit up behind me. The boss had been worth a huge experience bonus, and it had pushed 3 of them straight over the line. Ling Shi grew, only to the size of my hand, still tiny, but her face got finer and 2 little butterfly things detached off her and started orbiting her, and her spirit hit 100 flat, which is the ceiling. Wood spirit, royal family, new skill, thorns. Grows thorns directly on enemies, restricting movement, and the 2 vines went up into something the file called Venomous Enchantress. Over a person tall now, slender, an enormous flower on top, vines moving around it like an octopus thinking. Poison mist, range over 30 meters. I looked at those 2 and realized who they were. They were my very first 2 mutations, day 1. The one that inherited the sapling's healing, and the one that got the mushroom's spores. They'd been in every single fight since the first black wolf came through the trees. No wonder they were ahead of everything else. Guang keep the ones that show up. Turns out that's true of plants too. 2 hours later I was home. Everything was in the ground, and the tree took the essence and grew again. Tier 4. Durability 1000. Recruit cap 40. The tree hit 40 meters and the whole yard got that shot of power through it. And this time, when it went through me, I could feel the difference from Tier 3 like changing gear. New unlock, Man-Eating Flower King. 6 meters tall, taller than my own wall. 90 strength and a skill called Devour. Quickly heals injuries by devouring corpses. Devour. The beast hide's whole personality is corpses. I was about to have more corpses outside my house than dirt. I recruited 6 of them and put them along the fence facing out. Then I did the thing I'd learned to do, which is dump everything else into repatriation and rebuild. Every Tier 2, every leftover Tier 1, back into the tree, out as energy, out again as Tier 4. It's the ugliest math in the world, and it works. Nothing I own is ever obsolete, it's just fuel. I made a Treant Warrior at Tier 4, 90 strength, with Devour and a Charge and a Sweep, and I stood there in a yard full of monsters I'd built out of a shrub and a mushroom. 2 days left. And then the channel did something interesting. Brothers, I have a Tier 3 plant-type troop token, and I want to trade it for a Tier 3 insect or undead token. Anyone? Posted by a guy called Xiao Hu, and the channel bullied him instantly. A Tier 3 token? Isn't that only from clearing a Tier 3 settlement? Someone already wiped one? Isn't there supposed to be a Tier 4 boss in there? Holy crap, you can handle a Tier 4? I'm so jealous, my random troop type is awful. Plant type is so weak early. Nobody's going to have a token to trade you. Haha, true. That thing's going to rot in his hands for life. They were laughing at him, openly, because he'd fought a Tier 4 boss, lost most of his army doing it, and the prize was a coupon for the store nobody wants to shop at. I sat there with my undead token in my pocket. I have a level 3 undead system token. How do we trade? Silence. Then, what's going on? Someone's actually going to trade for a plant token? Could be a scam. I think it's a scam. Don't believe it, Xiao Hu. Are you kidding me? I've been watching this channel for days and I've never seen a plant type reach tier 3. Chen Hao? Never heard that name. Is there even such a person in plant type? That's probably just nonsense. Which, honestly, fair. I'd sent exactly one message in 3 days, and it was the beast tide warning nobody believed. As far as that channel was concerned, I was a rumor with a username. Xiao Hu messaged me privately, very carefully. Bro, do you really have the undead token? I'm sorry, it's not that I doubt you, but you know how it is with plant type, so I just wanted to confirm. I typed back. I have no reason to lie to you. How about this? Guang, choose the meeting place. Is that enough to show I'm serious? I want to be clear that this was not generosity. I was extremely confident. Even if the man had gone tier 4, nobody clears a settlement and still has the energy to field a real tier 4 army the same day. 2 or 3, tops, and I had 15. He took a long moment and then said, all right, I believe you. Let's do it at my territory. Which surprised me until I thought about it. He was offering to show me his front door. That's not trust. That's a man with nothing left to defend, calculating that the safest place to meet a stranger is inside his own walls, because at least his walls are still standing. I set out in the morning with 15 tier 4s plus 5 spirits, 20 units total, marching through the hills like an invasion, and the reason I brought all of them was very simple. The flower had made me rich enough overnight to afford it. 2 hours later, the forest opened onto a wasteland, and on the edge of it there was a territory made of tombstones. Actually made of tombstones. Rows of them, standing there, grim and honestly kind of great. Xiao Hu came out to meet me with a handful of skeleton soldiers, and I watched him do the arithmetic on my escort in real time. All 5 of the ones flanking me were tier 4, and the little glowing thing over my head was setting off whatever instinct he had. Guang must be brother Chen Hao? That's me. Nice spot. Big wasteland. Guang are too kind, brother. It's actually very unsafe. There are a lot of territories out here. I'm sorry to have made you come so far. He was embarrassed, genuinely, and I was doing my own arithmetic on him. Skeleton centurions, all tier 3, no 4s anywhere, not enough of them. This man had gone to war 3 days ago and come home with a coupon. He held out his token. I held out mine. Aren't you afraid I'll take it and run? He said, looking down at mine. I wasn't, and here's why. I could have caught him. He was 200 meters from his own gate, and my vines reach 30 and travel faster than a man. But I didn't say that, because you don't say that to somebody who's trying to be brave. He handed his over. An honest man, no tricks. It's a pleasure to cooperate. It's a pleasure to work with you. And then I went home and recruited what I'd bought, and my jaw came unhinged. An ancient tree came up out of the ground, 7 or 8 meters, gnarled, and up in the branches the leaves shifted around until they made a face, an old, tired, heavy face. Ancient tree of knowledge, level, tier 3, cannot be upgraded. Strength, 25, constitution, 25, agility, 25, spirit, 120. Skill, profound knowledge, gives nearby plants 1 experience point per hour, applies to all levels, does not stack. I read it 4 times. Applies to all levels. Do you understand what that is? That's not a unit. That's a building. That's a thing that sits in my yard and makes every plant I own better while I'm asleep, while I'm eating, forever, at every tier with no cap. 1 point an hour is nothing. 1 point an hour for a month is everything. And I want to point out what actually happened in that trade, because it's the funniest transaction of my life. Xiao Hu went to war. He took an army into a tier 3 nest, fought a tier 4 boss, lost most of what he owned doing it, crawled out, and got handed a coupon for a shop he isn't allowed in. Then the entire region laughed at him about it in public for a day. I did exactly the same thing on the same day and got exactly the same insult. And because we both got robbed by the same machine in the same way, we could trade, and both of us walked away with the thing we'd bled for. That is genuinely the only honest deal I saw anyone make in that region. 2 men who'd both been cheated identically, swapping receipts. I got greedy immediately and tried to mutate it, obviously, to strip off the unique tag so I could have 2. Dozens of times. Every single result inherited cannot be upgraded, and unique, and lost the experience skill entirely. So I did it more. Another 10 plus times. Same. Fine. Some things don't copy. Some skills are the trees, and only the trees. I threw the failures back and planted the original in the corner of my yard where it would live, quietly, for the rest of this story, doing nothing, saying nothing, and making everything I owned stronger. I had 2 days, so I spent them building a fort, traps outside the wall, the fence raised and doubled. The man-eating flower kings actually leaned over the top of the wall and held the posts in their mouths while the treants packed them in, which is a sight I'd like everyone to picture properly. And the flower fairies, who can't lift anything, flew back and forth all afternoon, dropping healing light on tired plants like a very small union. It looked less like a territory and more like a green construction site. And on the last morning, right in the middle of it, I got visitors. 2 lords came out of the woods to the west, looking like they'd been walking a long time. A thin young one and an older, sharper man with a dozen orc units. "Brother, there's a territory here." "Didn't expect anything way out here. Let's take a look." They started forward. My vines came up out of the ground and surrounded them in a ring at 10 meters without me saying a word. "Plant type?" the older one said, and I heard it in his voice. That many vines, that sharp, meant Tier 3 minimum, and no plant type in this region was supposed to be Tier 3. "Friend, we're just passing through. We mean no harm." I entered my door and walked out. And I watched them look past me into the yard, and I watched their faces change. Because from out there what you see is dozens of enormous plants moving around under a tree taller than anything in the forest, and 6 flowers big enough to eat a man leaning over the wall looking down at you. "We came from the wasteland," the older one said carefully. "We wanted to ask where the wall is, the one holding back the beast tide." "The wall? Straight through this forest." They thanked me about 6 times and left very quickly. And I want you to hear what they said once they were out of sight, because a man told me later, and it's my favorite thing anybody said about me that whole week. "Big brother, why don't we test that guy? He's just plant type." "Plant type? Have you ever seen a plant type on that scale? Forget the units, I've never seen the territory." "So what? He's only safe because of the protection period." If only that were true. What's strange about it? I guarantee after 7 days his territory is the first one destroyed. Next time we come by, it'll be gone. Perhaps. Guaranteed. First to go. Anyway, I went back inside and spent the rest of my money, 10 mutations. 2 of them came out as something new. The mushroom line had gone up another step into a Tier 4 with a body full of red caps and a skill called fission, which splits the exploding mushroom into countless tiny spores and triggers a second explosion. A double-tap grenade. From a thing that was, 4 days ago, described to me in writing as an ingredient. 34 units. 6 slots left. 1 day. And I had absolutely nothing to do with myself, which is a dangerous condition for me, so I took everything except the 6 flowers on the wall and went into the mountains to look for one more settlement. Which is exactly how, at almost the exact same time, Ouyang Feng and 4 subordinates finished clearing a swamp full of crimson-tailed scorpions 8 kilometers from my house. 50 units between 5 people, nearly half of them Tier 4. 18 4-tier 2-winged angels around him alone. He put down a Tier 4 Scorpion King in 1 shot with a single arrow, and didn't lose a soldier, and his men fell over each other telling him how amazing that was, and I'm told he lifted his chin while they did it. Then somebody roared in the distance. "Sounds like someone's fighting a monster. Should we check?" "Guang, stay and clean up. I'll go myself." He was very confident. He was, to be fair, entitled to be. He came over the ridge and found a dead Tier 3 monster and a guy in a coat standing over it with a handful of plants. That was me. That, was me looking up and recognizing him, and having a full second of genuine, what are the odds? He did not recognize me. He looked at the 4 plants standing near me, and something moved in his eyes, and I know exactly what it was, because it's the same thing everyone in that channel had been saying for 4 days. Plant type is weak early. Plant type has no offense. This is a nobody. "Kid," he said, "all alone?" And he looked at me while he said it. Just looked up and down, openly, the way you look at furniture. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others questions? I want to be honest. I could have walked away. He didn't know me. I could have said something bland and left. But I'd watched this man send an angel to fetch my property off the grass like it was already his, and I'd watched him build an alliance out of scared people in 10 minutes, and now he was standing there looking at me like a chair. His eyes narrowed. Then how should I introduce myself? Like this? and an angel next to him drew and put an arrow of holy light through the air at my face. The arrow got about 2 meters from my face, and then thorns grew out of the air around it and dragged it down into the dirt. Ling Shi came out from behind a treant, where she had been the entire time, and floated up to my shoulder. Is this how you greet people? Ouyang Feng's angels shifted. He didn't. He looked at Ling Shi for a long moment, and then he decided, I watched him decide, that a plant type could not possibly be a problem, no matter what it looked like, because that's what everyone had been telling each other for 4 days. Guang are unlucky to have run into me. Hand over your magic energy, and maybe I'll spare your life. Oh, is that so? I laughed. Genuinely laughed, and I think that's what unsettled him, because his face changed a half-second before the ground did. Vines came up out of the grass, out from behind every tree, out of the roots, out of the bushes, all around him, in every direction at once, because I had 30 units, and I had been walking through this forest for an hour, and they had spread out the way they always spread out, which is everywhere. I watched the exact moment it landed on him. He looked at the vines, and he remembered the treasure chest, and the purple thorns that had taken his prize, and the angel who got blown across a field picking it up. So it was you? Yes. Hello. The angels went up, all of them, wings out, bows and spears leveled at me, and holy light started building on every point, and I'll be honest, it was an intimidating amount of light. Let's do it! And they fired, and the whole clearing lit up white, and I heard him actually start laughing. Then 5 wood spirits raised their staffs at the same time, and thorns grew across the flight path, and every one of those spears and arrows bent off course into the ground. What got through hit a treant warrior that stepped in front of me with its arms crossed, and blew a chunk out of its arm, and then green light fell on it and the arm grew back while he was still watching. How is that possible? Because you're fighting a plant type with an aura on it is how. Because every unit in front of you is 10% above spec and heals faster than you can cut. Because I have been up every night for 4 days turning garbage into weapons while you were busy being famous. I didn't say any of that. What I actually said was go, and then the vines went up. They took the angels out of the sky. Half of them, in one motion, wrapped and slammed into the ground hard enough to bounce. Bang, bang, bang. They tried to get up and found the poison already in them from the barbs, working. The priests in the back threw a wall of holy light and burned it out and got them standing again, and the wood spikes came up through their chests from underneath. Several died on the spot, and before the rest could take a breath, red mushrooms landed at their feet. Boom. The rest of the Angel Legion came apart into motes of light and drifted away. Ouyang Feng got up off the ground covered in dirt with his face completely open, and I don't think anyone had ever hit him before. Not once. That's the thing about being the strongest kid in the region on day 3. Nobody's ever shown you what losing looks like. He ran. Chase him. He was fast, I'll give him that. He threw his last angels in my way to buy seconds and kept going. And when my vines got close, a priest put up a wall of holy light, and my vines bounced off it. And by the time I went around it, he was gone. They escaped pretty quickly. I stood there and let it settle. Because that was a decision right there, and I knew it while I was making it. I could have walked away in the first 10 seconds. Instead, I'd taken a man who commanded half the region's tier 3s and made him run through the woods, and now we were going to be doing this forever. Fine. Some grudges you buy on purpose. I turned around and went home, and I did not know that a third person had been sitting in the brush the whole time watching and had seen every second of it. I found out 2 hours later when I opened the channel and found out I was famous. Have you heard? Ouyang Feng went out to clear a settlement today and got wrecked by an unknown lord. It sounds like he was nearly killed. Huh? Is that true? Of course it's true. Somebody saw it with their own eyes. It's everywhere. I can testify. I ran into Ouyang Feng around noon, and he was a mess. Tisk tisk. Misery was written all over his face. Holy crap, wasn't Ouyang Feng tier 4? Who's strong enough to do that? Demon system? It's supposed to be plant type. Plant type? Plant type can beat angel system? And then the channel did the funniest thing it did all week. It celebrated. Because it turned out Ouyang Feng had spent the last 2 days using his Angel Legion to lean on other lords and shake them down for magic energy. And the whole region had been swallowing it because what were they going to do about it? And now some anonymous shrub farmer had punched him in the face, and about 40 people came out of the woodwork to gloat. Some of them messaged him directly, which I respect enormously. Ouyang Feng, aren't you very arrogant? Why so quiet? Afraid of getting beaten again? And then the whole channel turned around and started looking for me. Not with pitchforks, with flowers. Whoever this is, being friends with them would be incredibly useful. Who is he? Does anyone know? I want his contact. The person who spread the news was too far away to see his face, which disappointed several hundred people and delighted me. Out at the end of the wasteland, in a forest, 2 travelers were reading the same messages, and one of them swallowed hard. Brother, do you think the person who beat Ouyang Feng could be the one we met this morning? That's possible. Setting aside how close it is, the sheer scale of that territory, that is not a Tier 3. Brother, you mean Tier 4? Only a Tier 4 could look like that. It explains why he wasn't worried. He isn't afraid of the beast tide at all. The young one went pale, because that morning he had wanted to test me. He'd said it out loud. Should we spread this? Better not. We can't afford to offend someone like that. And me? I read the channel, laughed, closed it, and went back to work, because there was exactly 1 night left. That last evening was quiet in a way the others hadn't been. I sat by a fire in my own yard with everything I owned around me. 40 units, the cap, filled at last. Over 1,000 magic energy banked. Traps in the ground, walls doubled, 6 flowers on the parapet with their mouths open, the ancient tree in the corner quietly making everything 1 point better every hour, and Ling Shi asleep, I think asleep, in the branches above my head. The channel was full of people saying goodbye to each other without saying goodbye. Tomorrow's the day. Anyone close to the forest? Good luck. I'm 2 kilometers from the trees. Am I in trouble? I just got to Tier 2. I don't want to die yet. Nobody's leaving their territory tonight. 7 days, I thought. 7 days ago, I was a man in an office chair losing an argument with a spreadsheet. I fell asleep out there under the tree, and at dawn, the voice came. Congratulations, lords, on successfully surviving 7 days on the primordial continent. World chat is now open. Basic buildings are now available in your territory. Attention, the safe period has ended. All protections have been removed. The area barriers have been removed. A beast tide is imminent. I was up before the last line finished. The horizon cracked. Literally, a line opened across the sky from the ground up and spread and split into 1,000 branches and then shattered and came down in pieces. And then the sound arrived. I have never heard anything like it, and I hope you never do. It came up through my boots. Every tree between me and the wall started falling, 1 line of them after another, like something enormous was writing a sentence through the forest and coming this way. Everyone, get ready. Let's begin. I picked up the bone spear I'd made and held it across my chest, and I want you to know my hands were steady, and I have no idea why. The plants moved without being told, spread out along the wall, took stations, and the yard, which for a week had been full of small idiots chasing each other through branches, went silent. Then the tree line came apart and they arrived. Fanged beasts first, 4-legged, half a man tall, hundreds of them, thousands, a dark carpet coming across the ground so thick the dirt under them stopped existing. Tier 3, 50 in every stat. Not strong, just infinite. Attack! And the 2 lines hit each other and the whole world became noise. Vines in the air everywhere, beasts screaming. My wall going boom, boom, boom under the impacts. The man-eating flower kings didn't wait for orders. They were hungry. They leaned right over the top of the wall and started tearing beasts off the ground and swallowing them whole. The traps I dug filled up in the first minute and then filled up with the ones behind those. Things died on the spikes, and then things died on top of the things on the spikes. And on the platforms behind the wall, the fission fungus stood up and started throwing. I have never seen anything like a mushroom lobbing bombs over a stone parapet into a wave of monsters, one after another, calmly, like a man watering a lawn. Defeat a Tier 3 fanged beast, gain 10 magic energy. Defeat a Tier 3 fanged beast, gain 8 magic energy. Defeat a Tier 3 fanged beast, 200 energy in the first few breaths, 300, still climbing. I was doing so well. And then something roared out past the tree line in a register that made the fanged beasts sound like birds. One-eyed giants. Coming out of the woods 100 meters off, and there were more of them than there were units in my entire territory. Cyclops, Tier 4. 90 strength and a skill called Berserk. They hit my line like a rock slide. 2 treant warriors were torn apart in front of me in the time it took to turn my head. A venomous enchantress had its vines ripped off one by one, and then they used the vines as a rope to drag it to the wall, and it went under a pile of them. That was one of my originals. Day 1. Gone. Hold the line! Don't let them break the wall! And then I did the thing I'd been building toward for a week without knowing it. Recruit! Now! Man-eating flower kings! Mutate them immediately! Fill the holes! Because I had over 1,000 magic energy and a flower that made more, and everything I owned was liquid. Every gap in my line, I bought a new unit and dropped it in the gap, mid-fight, while it was happening. That's not an army. That's a factory with a wall in front of it. And the beautiful part, the part that made me laugh out loud in the middle of the worst morning of my life, was that while I was in a knife fight with the Cyclops, the Tier 3 beasts kept wandering in from the sides and dying on my vines and paying for the reinforcements. The monsters were funding their own defeat. Ours. I don't have a clean memory of the middle of it. I have pieces. I remember the moment the wall took its first real hit, and a section of stone pillar cracked from the top down, and I heard it over everything else. And I remember thinking, with total calm, that's fine. The workshop can rebuild that, assuming there's a workshop tomorrow. I remember a Cyclops getting an arm over the parapet and a man-eating flower king leaning down and biting it off at the shoulder, and then eating it, on the spot, while the Cyclops was still screaming about it. I remember running out of vines. Actually running out. The whole west face went bare for about 4 seconds because every plant on that side was regrowing at the same time, and I stood there with a bone spear watching a wall of fangs come at a gap, and then the fission fungus on the platform behind me put a bomb into the middle of them and bought me the 4 seconds. I remember shouting until I couldn't, and then just pointing. The thing that saved me was not strength. Let's be clear about that. 6 lords in that region were stronger than me on paper that morning, and most of them didn't have a wall standing by lunchtime. What saved me was that I never once stopped spending. Every gap, I bought a unit. Every unit that died, I replaced before the body finished falling. Recruit, mutate, drop it in the hole, next. Over and over, for hours, while the wall shook, until my magic energy graph looked like a heartbeat. Down, up, because the Tier 3 beasts kept wandering in off the flanks and dying on my thorns and paying for the Tier 4s I was throwing at the Cyclops. At one point, I did the arithmetic in my head and started laughing, and one of the flower spirits stopped healing to look at me, which I would like on the record as the moment my own units got concerned about my mental state, because they were buying it. The monsters. Every wave of cheap ones funded the defense against the expensive ones. The tide was paying for its own wall. I remember the worst moment very clearly, though, and I'll tell you that one properly. Somewhere in the 4th or 5th hour, the corpses outside the north face had piled up so high that they stopped being corpses and started being terrain. A ramp. A ramp made of dead Cyclops going up over my parapet, and a wave came up it, not through the wall, over it. 6 of them at once, at the top of my own defenses, 1 step from being in my yard, 1 step from the tree. I did not think. I have never been so completely without a thought. I put the bone spear through the throat of the first one over, and shoved with everything a Tier 4 body has, and it went backward off the wall, and I screamed at the plants to push the pile down, and every vine on that face stopped fighting and grabbed corpses and hauled instead. For about 8 seconds, my entire north wall was undefended while my army did landscaping. It worked. Barely. The ramp came down and the next wave hit stone instead of slope. I sat down on the parapet for exactly as long as it took to breathe twice, and then got back up, because the west side was screaming. And then the roaring outside started to move. They were peeling off, going around, spreading out into the region to find easier houses, the way I'd predicted 3 days ago in a tree, which is the only prediction I have ever made that came true. It's over. It's almost over. Hang on. And in that exact second, Ling Shi lit up. She'd been in the air the entire fight, from the first beast to the last Cyclops, and she hit her cap and she went up to Tier 5. Strength 150, Constitution 150, Agility 185, Spirit 200. Double. Everything. Double. She flicked the staff almost lazily, and a forest of spikes came up under the beast still pressing the wall. Then leaves came off the trees, hundreds of them, and turned into blades in the air and went through everything in front of my gate. She learned to use the rest of nature, not just plants. Nobody taught her that. She just did it. With her in the air, the whole thing turned, and by early afternoon the last monster went down, and the noise stopped, and my ears rang in the silence. I sat down in the dirt with my back against my own wall. We made it. Then I got up. walked the whole perimeter twice because I did not trust the quiet, and finally let myself look at the numbers. Magic energy. From 1,000 to nearly 5,000. Corpses, mountains of them, actual mountains, piled against my wall, tier 4 monsters lying around like gravel. My plants would not be hungry again for a very long time. And one more thing. In all that recruiting and mutating and dying and replacing, somewhere in the middle of the chaos, one of the units I'd made had come out different. A venomous enchantress. Royal family. Constitution 100. Agility 0, it had given up moving entirely, permanently, on purpose. And in exchange it had grown. It rooted itself where it stood and went up past 10 meters, and its vines thickened until they were bigger around than my leg, and they went out through the wall and out past the wall and kept going and became a forest. An actual forest of thorns outside my territory in every direction, with poison mist drifting through it. I walked out into it and the vines opened to let me through and closed behind me. Skills, devour, poison mist, thorn forest. That is a wall that eats, heals itself off the bodies, poisons the air, and grows. All right, I said, patting something 10 times my height. From now on, when I'm not here, the house is yours. It waved a vine around me, which I took as a yes. Since you're like Ling Shi, I'll call you Green Vine. It waved harder. And I stood inside a thing I owned that was, functionally, a district. Not a unit, a district. Something you'd mark on a map. The thing I keep coming back to about that morning is the arithmetic of what actually happened. I did not have the strongest army in that region. On the leaderboard that dropped a few hours later, I was 9th, which means 8 people were measurably better equipped than me when the sky cracked. I had a wall, a mountain at my back, a plant that eats corpses, a bank account that regenerated every hour, and a button that turns money into soldiers in real time. The tide didn't lose to my power, it lost to my supply chain. That's the entire lesson of the first month of my life on that continent, and every single thing that happened afterward is a footnote to it. The winner is not the one who hits hardest, it's the one who can still replace what he lost at 3 in the afternoon on the 5th hour. And then the world got a lot bigger, all at once. The chat had changed. The regional channel had merged out to a much bigger map, with a suffix on it now, Endless Wasteland. Thousands of messages a second, everyone from regions I'd never heard of, most of them just now getting hit by their piece of the tide. And under the territory menu, there was a new option that had not been there yesterday. Territory buildings. 3 of them, Lord's Castle, Production Workshop, and Troop Tower. Allows research into advanced forms of existing troop types, making them recruitable. I built it before I finished reading the sentence. A tower came up out of the ground and I stood at the base of it grinning like an idiot. Because do you understand what that says? It says I can take any unit I've ever made, research it, and then recruit it directly. All the weird ones, all the mutation accidents, which means everything I've stumbled into becomes permanent inventory. I built the other 2 as well, because I'd been sitting on thousands of units of stone for days. The Lord's Castle grew a treehouse into the trunk with a spiral staircase, 4 rooms, and my plants furnished it with hides from the workshop, and I lay down on an actual bed with actual fur on it for the first time in a week and made a noise I'm not proud of. The workshop made tools, weapons, clothes. It turned the mountain of corpses outside my wall into gear. I dumped everything I had into upgrades, took all 3 buildings to tier 4, and started researching my first advanced unit, the Plant Spirit, the ranged caster. Because the day I have an army of those, the region is over. And that evening, while I was still going through the list like a kid in a catalog, the sky spoke again. Congratulations, lords. Guang have successfully weathered the beast tide. Regional leaderboards are now officially open. Rankings assess the overall strength of each lord. The higher your ranking, the richer the rewards. Rewards settled every 3 days. The channel went berserk. Rankings? Are there rewards? Is this real? I wonder where I am. And then immediately, holy crap, how the hell did I end up in the top 5 million? Me too, over 5,900,000. Guangs are lucky. My territory is tier 3 and all my units are tier 3 and I'm ranked 8 millionth. That's outrageous. 8 millionth. Because there weren't a few hundred of us. The list went to 10 million. 10 million people had been dropped into this region on day 1. 10 million. Then somebody found a name. I see Ouyang Feng. He's ranked 7,000th. Even he's only 7,000th? Are all the ones above him tier 5? How perverted. And then somebody scrolled up to the top. First, Duan Mingyu, tier 5, demon system. Second, Zhao Jie, tier 4, elemental. Third, Shen Ruo, tier 4, angel. Fourth, Shu Yuan, tier 4, beast. Ninth, Chen Hao, tier 4, plant type. The channel stopped. Plant type? Plant type is in the top 10? Who is this Chen Hao? How does plant type get top 10? How does plant type even reach tier 4 this fast? What's the big deal? Did you all forget the one who beat up Ouyang Feng was a plant? That seems to be true. So the big shot and the 9th place are the same guy? Can't rule out that there's an even stronger plant type out there. There isn't, I thought, eating barbecue in my yard. There's just me. 9th, out of 10 million. From the worst starting unit in the game. And I want to tell you the emotion I actually had, because it wasn't triumph. It was a very cold, very specific interest in one name. First place, Duan Mingyu. The only tier 5 on the entire list, a full tier above everyone else, with the demon system, which the channel had spent a week telling me was one of the 2 strongest things you could roll. If we met right now, I thought, I'd lose. Everyone above me on that list had rolled a monster. Angel, demon, elemental, beast. Every single one of them had been handed a strong start, and I'd been handed a shrub. Somewhere out in the wasteland, in a tombstone territory, Xiao Hu found my name on the same list and sat down hard. He's actually that strong. 9th out of 10 million, and the man had traded him a token like a normal person, and let him pick the meeting place, and never once mentioned that he could have killed him at any moment. How can I get on his good side? Xiao Hu said out loud to nobody. Oh, right, that thing. And he sent me a message, and then left his territory in a hurry, because he was about to become the 2nd most useful person I would meet that week. I read it the next morning, half awake, and then I sat straight up in bed. Because Xiao Hu's message said this: to get the territory essence you need to upgrade, besides clearing nests, you can also get it by destroying a territory of the same level, or by killing the Lord. I sat there in the dark of my treehouse with my heart going, and it wasn't excitement. Because think about what that rule does. Essence is the one bottleneck. Guang cannot advance without it. Nests are limited, guarded by bosses a tier above you, and there are 10 million of us. But lords? There are 10 million lords, and every single one of them is walking around with the exact material you need inside them. That's not a game rule, that's a design. Somebody built a world where the only way up is over the body of someone exactly like you, and then dropped 10 million office workers into it and said, good luck. Why? I said out loud to the ceiling. Would you make that a rule? I didn't have an answer. I wouldn't have one for a long time. But somebody else had read that same rule that morning. Somebody who had a grudge, an angel legion, and an eagle. What did you say? Guang found that guy's territory? On a hillside, in a palace. Ouyang Feng came up out of his seat. Yes, this morning I sent the eagles out to patrol, and they found a plant-type territory at the end of the forest, near the swamp. It should be the one we ran into. Good, very good. I've wanted to repay that arrow for days, and now I've found his hole. Excellent. His people, to their credit, tried. Boss Ouyang, we should be careful. What if he really is the one ranked 9th? Yes, if he's that person, all of us together might not be enough. Enough, Ouyang Feng said. Do you really think it's so easy to run into someone on the list? And even if he is 9th, so what? No matter how strong he is, he's still one person. And then, because he was genuinely good at this, and have you considered, after destroying his territory, you also get the material to reach tier 5, plus everything inside, then would you still be worrying about the rankings? That worked on 3 of them. The 4th stepped forward and said, politely, that he'd like to withdraw. Are you sure? I'm sure. All right then, Guang can go now. I won't stop you. The man was so relieved he almost fell over. He bowed his way out of the palace, walked into the courtyard, and an angel took his head off from behind, caught the body before it hit the ground, and carried it away without leaving a mark. And inside, Ouyang Feng smiled at the 3 who'd stayed and told them they were his brothers. A minute later, a notification went off in his head. Successfully defeated a tier 4 lord, gained 89 magic energy, 20 wood, 35 stone, and 1 tier 4 territory essence. He looked genuinely surprised, and then he looked pleased. Humph, just you wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death, and beg on your knees while you do it. I was 5 kilometers away, killing things in a canyon, in an extremely good mood. Then 3 notifications went off in my head at once. Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack. I ran. Not blindly. I'd only gone a few kilometers, and I'd left units at home, and the thing I'd built out of my own wall was still standing there. But there is a specific horror to those 3 words that no amount of preparation fixes, because that tree is my soul, and someone was hitting it. What was happening at my house, meanwhile, was this. Ouyang Feng had brought over 100 Tier 4 units to a plant-type territory and walked straight into the thorn forest. Vines came up out of the ground at them from every direction, and poison mist rolled out through the trees so thick they couldn't see their own feet, and every single vine they cut grew back before they'd finished the swing. "Boss Ouyang, these plants are terrifying. We can't get close at all." They didn't know what they were fighting. Every plant in that forest had inherited Devour, and outside my wall there were mountains of beast-tide corpses, so the second anything got hurt, it ate a dead cyclops and came back whole. That's the whole thing. That's plant type. We don't out-damage you. We refuse to finish dying. So he did the only correct thing available to him, and I have to give him this. It was well done. Holy and merciful God of light, hear my prayer and drive away the evil from the world. Holy light. A few hundred meters of daylight at once in the middle of the poison fog. It burned the mist off completely and lit up my wall. Then a rank of angels went up with spears. The spear of judgment. They blew a hole in my wall and a hole in the forest around it, big enough that even Devour couldn't fill it fast, and his men cheered. As expected of Boss Ouyang, straight through in one go. Let's see what else he has. Break in. And they came over the wall, into my yard, toward my tree, saying to each other that clearly I wasn't home, and it didn't matter anyway, because once the core dies, the Lord dies. Then wood spikes came up under their feet. Ouyang Feng threw himself sideways and lost some skin. 2 of his 3 subordinates were pinned through the body where they stood. The third took one through the thigh and went down screaming. "Who?" I walked in through my own broken gate with everything I owned behind me. He looked at the 2 men dying on the spikes, and I watched his face do the arithmetic, because that's how it works. When the Lord dies, so does everything he summoned. A few seconds later, both of them wailed at once, and every unit they'd brought dropped where it stood. Half his army, gone, without a fight, because he'd brought friends. We meet again. So what if we met? Since you came back, don't think you're leaving alive. He gathered the angels around him, and the surviving subordinate limped over to stand with him, because that man understood he'd already made his choice, and there was no other side of this. 60+ units against 20 of mine. He looked at that ratio and laughed out loud, and the other one grinned. And honestly, if you'd walked in at that second and hadn't been paying attention all week, you'd have bet on them. Ha ha ha, this is what happens when you offend me. Then a small glowing shape came out from behind my shoulder and waved a stick. Leaves came off every tree in my yard at once and turned into arrows in the air and went through the angel formation like a shotgun through a paper bag. Blood in the air. Angels falling out of the sky. The holy light they'd been building collapsed before it fired, and the beasts running along the ground had leaves through their throats before they'd finished a stride. 5th tier troops! His eyes went so wide I could see it from where I stood, and beside him the other man made a small sound. Because that's the whole answer, isn't it? If it one-shots tier 4, it's tier 5. And nobody in this region had a tier 5 except the man ranked first. Their army lost half its strength in one exchange. What was left got tangled in vines and couldn't move, and Ling Shi swung the staff again and put spikes through the rest. "It's over," Ouyang Feng said. His legs went. He looked sideways at his last man, and I watched him make a second decision, and it was the one I expected. He ran. "Boss Ouyang, wait for me!" The subordinate turned to follow him, and a vine went through his chest because he'd taken his eyes off the fight to look at the back of a man who was never going to wait. Then it was just Ouyang Feng and about a dozen angels in a yard full of thorns, and that took under a minute. And then it was just Ouyang Feng. I let him get into the tree line. I wanted to see how far he'd get. Vines came out of the ground in front of him and folded his path shut. I told you, Guang can't escape. He hit the dirt on his knees. And the man who had put an arrow through the air at my face because he didn't like my expression, the man who had a boy's throat cut for saying no politely, looked up at me with an expression I have thought about a lot since. He wasn't sorry. He was appalled. Appalled that this was happening to him. 4 tier 4 lords, he was thinking. 4 of us, and we never touched him. Not once. Not a finger. Then he got up and ran again, and I have to hand it to him. At tier 4, a man can move. Ling Shi. She pointed the staff, and thorns came out of the ground and caught his ankles at a full sprint, and he went down hard enough to knock the sense out of him, and by the time he got his hands under him, the vines were already at his ribs. "No!" They tightened. He fought. They dug in and kept tightening, and he screamed properly for the first time. Then a vine went through his chest, and he stopped. Successfully defeated a Tier 4 Lord. Gained 506 magic energy, 150 wood, 290 stone, 1 Tier 4 territory essence, and 1 building blueprint. I stood over him for a while, and I did not feel triumphant. I'll be straight about it. Humans and monsters are different, and something in me knew that and didn't like the noise it made. Not guilt exactly, just a note sounding that I hadn't heard before. I didn't feel sorry for him. He came to my house to kill me and take my things, and he had killed one of his own men that morning for the crime of being scared. There was no version of this where I get to be clean and also alive. But I stood there a bit longer than I needed to. Then I counted the loot, because I'm still me. 4 lords, altogether. 800 magic, 300 wood, 500 stone, 4 Tier 4 territory essences, 1 blueprint. 4 essences, for 4 lords, which meant they'd each had exactly 1, and Ouyang Feng's group had cleared a nest that morning, and they should have had more. So the system takes a cut. Kill a man, get a percentage, everything else evaporates. Shady, extremely shady. Noted. The blueprint turned out to be a quarry, increases stone gathering efficiency by 10%. Which sounds boring and made me very happy, because a quarry is a building that goes in a territory, which means territories can have buildings you find, which means there's a whole layer of this world I hadn't seen yet. I built it into the side of the mountain and it dug me a tunnel. Then I collected the rest of my stone, took the tree to Tier 5, and got the single most ominous thing that has ever happened to me. Congratulations, your territory has been successfully upgraded. Current level, Tier 5. Unlock territory warehouse, unlock personal storage space, and then nothing. I stood there waiting. That's it? What about the troop reward? Every single upgrade had come with a new unit. Every one. Tier 2, 3, 4. The system hands you a fresh troop type as a starter kit. Tier 5, a backpack. I waited a good long while for a second notification, and it never came. And when I finally understood, I sat down on the roots of my own tree. Because it's so simple. Before Tier 5, you're a beginner, so the world gives you tools. After Tier 5, you're a competitor, and competitors buy their own. If you want new troops now, you research them, or you take them off somebody. Combine that with the essence rule, and the picture finishes itself. This world doesn't want us to grow. It wants us to fight each other for the privilege. I stared at my new Tier 5 requirements. 1,500 wood, 1,500 stone, 750 iron ore, 750 copper ore, 2,000 magic, and 5 Tier 5 territory essences. 5 territories destroyed, or 5 nests full of Tier 5 monsters with Tier 6 bosses in them. Right, I said. Or then, and the region, meanwhile, was losing its mind again, because my name had jumped from 9th to 5th overnight, and nobody could figure out how. Look, Chen Hao is 5th. He was 9th this morning. How do you climb 4 places at this level? It's not possible. The plant-type lords, bless them, had adopted me as a mascot. That's amazing. I'm plant-type 2, and I only just hit Tier 4 today. I'm curious what his troop type is. I'm Tier 4 with 25 tree spirits, and I'm ranked 500,000th. They gave me Pea Shooter at Tier 4. He's so fragile. I'm ranked over 1,000,000. I genuinely don't know how anyone gets top 10. A bunch of Tier 4 show-offs. Tier 3 plant-type weaklings dare not speak. And then the other news broke. Ouyang Feng is dead. People had walked past his territory that afternoon and found ruins. And when a territory is destroyed, the Lord is dead. Which meant the strongest angel system user in the region had been erased at some point that day by somebody, silently, without anyone seeing it. The whole region went cold. Out in the wasteland, Xiaohu read it, thought about the message he'd sent me the night before, thought about who in this region had both the power and the grudge, and got very quiet. Fortunately, he said, fortunately, I didn't make him my enemy. I messaged him to say thanks for the tip. And then, because I had 4 Tier 4 essences and no use for them, I added a line. If you're short on Tier 4 essence, ask me. I have a few. Trade me for resources. There was a long pause on his end, because a few, to him, meant I'd killed more than 1 Tier 4 lord that day, and he just remembered that Ouyang Feng had 4 subordinates. Okay, he wrote eventually. I'll contact you when I meet the requirements for Tier 5. I went out the next morning to find ore, and I found something better. I found out how big the world actually is. Because the wall was gone. That barrier that had held back the beast tide had come down with the safe period, and beyond the forest there was a wasteland, burnt black, all of it, the ground charred, the mountains charred, weird dark brown trees growing out of the ash, and a warning in my ear the second I crossed the line. Regional channel switching, current location, wasteland. This area is teeming with high-level monsters. Exercise extreme caution. I checked the wasteland channel and it was empty. Not quiet, empty. Nobody had ever spoken in it. Nobody had come here. 10 minutes later, something 4 meters tall, made entirely of rock, came around a boulder at me. Rock monster. Tier 5. Strength 195. My best unit had 33. Restrain it! Vines went out and tied it hand and foot, and it tore every single one of them off in one motion like a man breaking a spiderweb, and I understood, in my body again, what a strength type does. But it was slow. 50 agility. Half of everything else. Lingxi grew thorns straight out of its own body from the inside, and it went down, and the Tier 5 mushroom put a bomb under it, and the mushroom bomb from the Tier 5 is genuinely something to see. It got back up, howling, and slammed both fists into the ground, and the entire ground for 30 meters around it just fell in. Retreat! We got out of the circle by about a second, and I looked back at a crater and thought, if that thing were fast, I would be paced. 2 more bombardments, and it came apart into rubble. Successfully defeated a Tier 5 rock monster, gained 50 magic energy. 50 a kill. And I want to point at something there, because it's the whole reason I was still alive at that point. A Tier 5 monster with 195 strength should not lose to a Tier 4 army. It should not be close. That thing could have deleted any single unit I owned in one motion, and it nearly deleted several. It lost because it was slow, and because I had 4 separate ways to make something stand still, and because when it did land a hit, the damage healed itself out over the next 20 seconds. I did not beat it, I outlasted it. That's the only fight I've ever known how to have, and no one else in the entire region even knew this place existed. Then I picked up a black stone off the ground, iron ore, one of the materials for territory construction. I looked up. The whole area was mineral, all of it. Veins in every wall, ore lying loose on the ground, and my territory was closer to it than anyone's. Right, I said. Now we're in business. I mined for a full day, and the thing that made it possible was the other half of my Tier 5 reward, the one I'd sulked about. Personal storage space, 100 units of stuff carried in a pocket. Turns out the backpack was worth more than a troop type, because a backpack turns a 2-week haul into 10 round trips. By the second day, I'd found copper mixed into the iron veins, which solved the other half of my problem. And on the third day, somebody walked into my mine. A cool-looking young man about my age, with a pack of fire elementals and some earth elementals, and both of us stopped dead and got very alert at exactly the same moment, because 2 of his elementals were Tier 5. Tier 5 elemental system, plural. Even I could do that math. Guang must be Zhao Jie? He was startled, then he laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you're Chen Hao, from Plant Type? We stood there and sized each other up for a while, 2 of the 5 strongest people in a region of 10 million, in a hole in the ground, deciding whether to fight. This mine has plenty of ore, I said. More than enough for both of us. We each take what we need? He relaxed all at once. That's exactly what I was thinking. And there it is, 2 grown adults choosing not to have a war over rocks, which in that world made us practically saints. So we mined at opposite ends of a hill and talked across it like neighbors over a fence. Guang have been mining here a while, haven't you? A few times. Tier 6 needs a lot of materials. And then his voice changed. I advise you not to advance to the 6th rank too quickly. I stopped digging. Why? Believe me, something big happens after Tier 6, and it might not be a good thing for us. That is the 3rd-ranked person in 10 million people at the top of a system whose entire purpose is climbing, telling me not to climb. What's the big deal? Can you tell me? Actually, I don't know either. I only know that the area we're in now is not the real primordial continent. Once someone reaches Tier 6, it attracts something here. The hair went up on my arms. I heard it by chance from someone who came from another place. On their side, a ruthless one concentrated all his resources and hit Tier 6 first. As soon as he reached it, he mysteriously disappeared, and his territory vanished along with him. Disappeared? Vanished into thin air, no trace. Even his name on the leaderboard was gone. Because he'd leveled so fast, his ranking was low, and not many people noticed. I stood in a mine holding a rock and got very cold, because I'd assumed Tier 6 was the finish line. Reach the top, leave the sandbox, go be somebody. And this man had just told me that the top of the ladder isn't a door, it's a hook. I made myself keep digging, because if I stopped moving, he'd read it off me, and I asked the only question that actually mattered. Why are you telling me this? There was a pause on the other side of the hill. "Because you're the only person around here who could reach it soon," he said. "And I'd rather have you alive than have this ore to myself," which, in that world, was practically a marriage proposal. I want you to sit with how strange that was. That man was third out of 10 million. He had every possible reason to smile and say nothing and let me sprint off a cliff and free up a slot above him. He had a mine, no witnesses, and a rival with his back turned. Instead, he warned a stranger through a wall of rock because it was the decent thing to do, and then went straight back to swinging a pick like it hadn't happened. "Thank you for telling me. I'll remember this." Guang are welcome, and I meant it, and he knew I meant it, and that mattered later more than either of us could have guessed. I stayed another 2 hours and filled my pocket to the top, and the entire time there was a second conversation running underneath the first one. Because if Tier 6 is a trap, then the leaderboard is bait. Look at the whole shape of it, rankings that update live, rewards every 3 days for climbing, a material you cannot get except off other lords, a hard cap where the reward for winning is that you disappear. Every single system in that region was built to make 10 million people race each other toward a cliff and cheer for whoever got there first. And I was in second place. I went home with 100 units of ore and a stone in my stomach, and 3 days after that came the first leaderboard settlement. I'd have missed it entirely if I hadn't checked. First place, 5,000 magic and 3 territory essences. Second, 5,002. Third, 5,001. Fourth through 10th, 4,000 magic each. I was 5th. 4,000 was fine. 4,000 was not fine. I wanted the essence. So here's what happened in the last 5 minutes of that settlement, and the channel talked about it for days. I'd spent the previous week mining instead of recruiting, and my ranking had slid to the teens. Then the settlement explored, and everybody who'd been holding resources dumped them at once, and I got pushed to the 40s and then to the edge of the top 50. Look, Chen Hao dropped to over 40. That's terrible. Chen Hao? Wasn't he 5th? He got pushed down. He has no hope of the top 10. Plant type is still weak. I think he got into the top 10 by luck the other day. What's the use of getting in? The real big shots are only just now flexing. 1 minute left. People started counting down in the channel like it was New Year's. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And in the last 2 seconds, I hit the button on the thing I'd been holding all week. 1,800 magic energy, banked from the flower and the ore runs, spent in a single instant on 18 Tier 5 rare units. Not mutated, just raw, straight, maximum bodies. Light froze on the leaderboard. Second place? Chen Hao? What? How was he second? He was in the 40s. He jumped 40 places at once? How? Did he recruit several 5th tiers at once? Impossible. He must have cheated. Cheated? Why don't you try cheating too? Where are the people who were laughing at him? Why is everyone quiet? 5,000 magic energy and 2 Tier 5 territory essences dropped into my account. And I sat under my tree and got, briefly, genuinely annoyed. Because even after all that, even spending everything at the perfect moment from the 40s, I still couldn't touch first. Duan Mingyu had at least 20 Tier 5s sitting in his yard. Whoever that man was, he was not messing around. I found out how not messing American a few days later when the sky filled up with light again. Same as before, beams coming down all over the continent and the channel going off like a fire alarm. Treasure chests! More treasure chests! Last time it was resource gems and troop tokens. A token? I thought it was a meteor last time and didn't go. This time, I'm going. Quick, where do they land? And that's when everyone found out where the closest one had landed. Right in the middle of the wasteland mine. The mine that had, by that point, been discovered by the whole region and was currently full of every Tier 5 lord in the endless wasteland fighting each other over ore. How could it land there? That's the most dangerous place in the region right now. It's over. Going there is suicide. Anyone want to team up and steal it? We split the loot. I sat there and thought. The last chest gave me Ling Shi. Everything I am came out of that box. I have to go. And then, while I was thinking it, a message came in. Interested in collaborating? We'll split the profits 50-50. Zhao Jie. We met in a black tree woodland outside the mine, and he laid it out. My earth elementals have a wide area earthquake. The damage is bad, but it locks everyone in place for a moment. Guang mean cause a commotion when the chest lands and steal what's inside during it. That's right, and that's where you come in. Plant type has long arms. Guang can reach in and take it from outside the scrum and be gone. I looked at his 18 tier 5s, over half of them Earth, and understood that he had planned this before he messaged me. I think it's feasible. Here's what actually happened. Zhao Jie walked into that mine like a celebrity, deliberately. He made sure everyone saw him, the third-ranked lord in the region, a dozen enormous elementals, right through the middle of the crowd, and the entire mine reorganized itself around him. Isn't that Zhao Jie? Why is HE here? My God, that many tier 5s. Damn it, if he's here, it'll be even harder to grab anything. And within minutes, half the lords in that mine had quietly nodded at each other and agreed, the second Zhao Jie moves, everyone stops Zhao Jie. Meanwhile, I was crouched in a corner at the back with 3 tree ants, and every one of my other units was lying flat in the black woods behind the mine, and nobody looked at me twice because I was a nobody with a couple of shrubs. The chest came down twice as big as the last one, and the mine turned into a slaughterhouse instantly. People who'd been mining next to each other for a week attacking each other on sight, attacks going off everywhere, bodies dropping in the first 10 seconds. Zhao Jie drove straight through the middle toward the chest. Stop him! Every attack in that mine turned toward him at once. He smiled. Earthquake technique. The ground cracked and dropped, and every single person in that mine lost their footing, including the ground under the chest. And my vines came in low along the dirt from the side. Someone's stealing the chest! Wall of flames! Zhao Jie's fire elementals threw a burning wall between the crowd and the chest, and my vines went in and opened it. 6 items, twice as many as last time, and 2 of them were tokens. Troop tokens! It's troop tokens! Nobody in that mine understood what they were looking at better than me, because I'd used one. Rare troop tokens are how you get things nobody else has, and everything I had was built off one. My vines went for both. Guang, want the token? Did you get my permission? Something with a human face and a snake's body opened its eyes across the mine, and my vines turned to stone in midair and shattered. Gorgon, petrifying gaze, instant on a tier 5. That was Shu Changfeng, ranked 8th. And I want to be honest that for about a second I was genuinely impressed. Then I brought up the rest of my army out of the woods behind him. Pink poison mist went out over the entire mine, because half of what I'd brought were pink enchantresses, my tier 5s, and their fog does not just hurt, it charms. It makes you feel like you're in a garden. There were grown men standing in a battlefield smiling at nothing. Shu Changfeng shook himself out of it fast, which is why he's 8th. But by then, both tokens were in my hand, and Ling Shi had put thorns through everyone's feet, and by the time they were loose, we were gone. Damn it, he got away! Chase them! We have to get the tokens back! And then, because there were still 4 items left in that chest, the entire mine forgot about us and started killing each other over the leftovers. That was on purpose, incidentally. I could have taken all 6. I took 2. Leave something behind and the mob stays busy. Take everything and you become the only thing in the world worth chasing. And there was one more thing I did on purpose in that mine, which I have never regretted. When Shu Changfeng came at me, I had him. His gorgons were petrifying vines one at a time, and I had 30 of them, and a poison fog he'd already breathed. If I'd wanted the 8th-ranked lord in the region dead that afternoon, he was dead. I let him go, not out of mercy. Because killing him means every friend and ally he has spends the next month hunting whoever did it. And I had a house with a tree in it, and a countdown I couldn't afford to share with anyone. He noticed too, that's the thing. He stood there in a burning mine while everyone around him fought over scraps, and he worked out that he'd been spared. And I watched a man go through the specific humiliation of being grateful to someone who just robbed him. He didn't chase. He went and got in the fight for the leftovers with everybody else. I have thought about that a few times since. How much of survival in that place was violence, and how much was just deciding, correctly, which fights to leave on the table. Shu Changfeng didn't come after me. He'd noticed something the others hadn't, that I'd had him dead and hadn't bothered. He stood there in a burning mine, trying to work out which of the freaks above him on the leaderboard he'd just been in a room with. I met Zhao Jie in the trees and handed him one of the tokens without discussion. Here, this is yours. Very rare, very valuable. He took it and stared at it. Rare troop type? What is that? It's a troop type that's better than a normal troop type. There's such a thing? And then, sideways at me, Guang seemed to know a lot about these tokens. I've been lucky enough to hear about them a few times. He gave me a long look and did not push it, which is exactly why I liked him. Mine unlocks something called a wood demon dragon, a dragon, made of plant. half a person tall, leaves and branches along its head and limbs and tail, and a green crystal core in its chest with light running out of it into the rest of the body. Agility, 200, the highest number I had ever seen on anything. And in the description, possesses extreme speed and the ability to fly. I had been walking everywhere for 2 weeks. Everything I owned crawled. My entire strategic problem from the very first day was that my army moves at the speed of a shrub, and the box gave me an air force. I recruited 5 and stood there watching them go up over my tree and cut circles in the sky, and for a solid minute I did not think about resources or rankings or the wall in the forest. I just watched them fly. That night, while I was cooking, Greenvine hit its cap. The forest of thorns outside my walls went from 100 meters to nearly 500 in about 4 seconds, and pale pink mist rolled through all of it, and my house was suddenly standing in the middle of something out of a nightmare that I owned. Pink Enchantress, Greenvine, Royal. Skills, Devour, Bewitching Poison Fog, Thorn Forest. Anyone who walks into that forest is charmed while they rot. I stood at the edge of it looking in and got, briefly, unsettled by my own house. Then I went to bed, because I had one problem left, and it was going to take everything. 10 Tier 5 territory essences, 5 for the territory upgrade, and the rest for whatever came next. And a warning from the third strongest person in the region ringing in the back of my head every single day. Don't go to Tier 6. The ones who do, vanish. The mine turned into a war within a day. Every Tier 5 in the Endless Wasteland went there, because Tier 6 needs iron, and the channel filled up with a running body count. Someone got killed, someone got in a fight, one faction is fighting another. I stayed out of it. I'd already stockpiled hundreds of units of iron before anyone knew the place existed, which is the entire benefit of being the weird guy who lives closest to the edge of the map. Instead, I went to see Xiao Hu, who had messaged asking to buy 2 Tier 4 essences for 1,000 magic, and I sold them to him at his price, because he'd given me the intelligence that killed Ouyang Feng, and I don't forget that kind of thing. He brought a friend, Fan Zhitiang, and I watched both of them count my escort. 25 units, all Tier 5. They looked like men doing sums they didn't want the answer to. And before I left, Xiao Hu got up his nerve. Boss Chen Hao, have you heard about the fog zone at the end of the wasteland? The what? Northeast end, there's a terrifying misty area. Tier 5 lords who go in die on the spot. None come out. Such a thing is possible? I only heard this morning. It'll reach the channel soon. And then he said the part that stayed with me. Although that fog is far from us, the people who explored it say it seems to be spreading, slowly, toward us. Fan Zhiqiang leaned in, and they saw shadows in it, some of them as tall as mountains. I stood there with the sun on my back and thought about Zhao Jie in the mine. The area we're in now is not the real primordial continent. Something big happens after Tier 6, a wall of gray at the edge of the world, closing. I thanked them properly and went home the long way, and on the road, somebody tried to kill me. 3 of them on a rock outcrop above the wasteland trail, and they'd been sitting there since dawn. A scarred giant with 10 Tier 5 two-headed leopards, and 2 subordinates with 5 spider ladies and 5 skeleton rangers apiece. 20 Tier 5 units, which in that region was serious money. They'd been hunting travelers on that road all morning. The number of people they'd killed that day was, by their own account, countless. What they hadn't noticed was that there were 3 shapes flying 200 meters over their heads, which had been watching them for the last 5 minutes. Lord Hunters? I kept walking, slowly, right at them. It's a plant type. Who cares if it's plant type? He's only got a dozen units. Just kill him. 30 meters out, they came off the rock in 2 groups, and Spider Silk came at my face fast enough to whistle. I went over it in a roll, and I want to note that I, personally, physically dodged a Tier 5 attack, which the man in the office chair could not have done, and then 10 leopards hit my flank going so fast they were smears. They went for me first, not my units, me. These were professionals. Vines came up out of the ground in front of me without a word from me, caught the leopards midair, and threw them. The ones that dodged got their teeth into a treant leader that stepped in the way, tore it half open, and got healed shut behind them. It actually blocked it? Then the arrows and the webs came from the other 2, and I put my bone knife through 1 arrow and let a treant take the rest. And then the leopard's boss found out why you checked the sky. Whoosh! 3 wood demon dragons came down out of the sun at a speed I still don't entirely believe, and the blades on their wings went through all 3 men's necks in one pass. They stood there, then a line of red appeared on each throat, then they went down, and every one of their 20 units died with them. Successfully defeated a Tier 5 Lord, obtained 2,485 magic energy, 1,476 wood, 1,580 stone, 225 iron ore, and 3 Tier 5 territory essences. 3 essences. From bandits. These guys killed so many people, they couldn't possibly have only had 1 essence each. Which was true, and which meant the system had eaten the rest again. It always ate the rest. Whatever. 3 from a robbery, 2 from the leaderboard, that's 5. Enough for Tier 6, except I still had almost no copper, 50-odd units. I needed 750. I got the answer off the channel, out of an argument, which is where the best information always is. Brothers, I found a strange underground cave in the western wasteland, full of rock monsters. Looks like they're hiding something incredible. That cave near the western desert? I've been. 5th tier monsters packed at the entrance. You can't get in. So many 5th tiers. Is that a nest? A nest? Where? I'm going. Save your breath. A Tier 5 nest can have a Tier 6 boss. Guang wanna go die? I went. The edge of a black desert, a huge stone cave mouth half buried in sand, and a small crowd standing well back from it because something inside had roared twice that morning and the whole desert had shaken. Holy crap, that voice. Could that be a Tier 6? Very likely. Even the doormen are Tier 5. Someone went in with a dozen Tier 5s and never came back, and while they were saying that, I was looking at the rocks that had shaken loose off the cave mouth. They were copper. Not similar to copper. Copper. The whole cave was a mine, and every single person standing there was too busy being scared of the noise to look at the ground. I walked past them toward the entrance, and the crowd genuinely tried to save my life. What is he doing? Is he going in? There's a Tier 6 in there. Does he want to die? Brother, don't go in. Come back. I turned around and gave them a friendly smile and walked into the hole. Well, another one going to their death. Why are young people these days so stubborn? Now our region will be 1 lord shorter. Inside, the walls were full of crystal that lit the whole place, and copper in seams as thick as my arm, and I filled a quarter of my pocket in the first 30 meters. Then 10 things made of rock came around a corner. Earth Rift Guardian, Tier 5, Strength 190. Guardians of the elemental lands, formed from the essence of the earth, which is a strange thing to find under a desert on a continent that isn't real, and I noticed it, and I filed it, and I went back to killing them. Slow, same as the last one. Vines around the feet from the rocks, Ling Shi and the casters putting spikes through them from all sides, 3 dragons in swift shadow taking the front 3 before they finished turning. 8 of them shattered in a single exchange. The last 2 threw boulders. They throw boulders, that was new, and 2 turtles got in the way and took it and came out fine. 500 magic energy from 1 room. I went deeper and I got greedy, and about half an hour in, I found a body. A human body, around a corner. Badly torn up, but the blood hadn't finished going dark. The Tier 5 Lord who came in and never came out. He'd made it this far, which meant he'd cleared the monsters at the entrance himself, and the monsters at the entrance had been there when I arrived, which meant they respawn. Fast, which meant if I took too long, I'd be cutting my way back out through a full house. I should have moved immediately. I stopped instead, and had the plants pile rubble over him, and cut a slab for a marker, and I stood in front of it for a while in a cave under a desert on a fake continent, holding a rock full of copper, because I knew exactly what he was. He was a guy in an office chair 3 weeks ago. He read the same messages I read. He built the same little fence. In your next life, I said, may you be born into a better family, and never be born into this world again. Then I went and got the rest. Half an hour later, I came out into a cavern so big I couldn't see the far side, and in the middle of it, standing in a heap of architecture that had no business being underground, there was a thing 7 or 8 meters tall made of stone. Tier 6. I backed up so fast I nearly fell, and then I noticed the chains. 2 of them, enormous, punched straight through its chest, anchoring it in place. Earth-cracking primordial venerable. Tier 6. Strength 400. Constitution 400. Description. Originally an ordering earth-cracking primordial venerable, it was trapped here for some reason and, through long-term absorption of the Earth's spiritual veins, devised into something more powerful. Trapped here, for some reason. Somebody chained a monster in a basement and it got stronger for 100 years. I stood at the mouth of that cavern for a long, long time. Then I walked in, because I am who I am, and it saw me and threw itself at the chains, hard enough to shake the ceiling, and couldn't reach me. And then it picked up a boulder and put it through the floor where I'd been standing 2 seconds earlier and left a crater I could have parked a truck in. Okay, so it can't move, but it can throw. Take it from range. And then it was another grind, the worst kind. Everything I owned that had legs stayed out of the circle, and everything that had reach worked. Vines from 30 meters, spikes from Ling Shi, 2 mushrooms lobbing bombs at its feet and then dancing back. It tore the vines off. It broke Ling Shi's spikes with its bare hands. It hit the ground, and the sound went out through the rock and out of the cave mouth, and outside in the desert, everyone who'd been standing around ran. Holy crap, there really is a Tier 6 in the Western Desert. I heard it from miles off. Is it about to break out? Everyone stay away. Inside, I lost 6 units in a few minutes. Not injured, deleted. Boulders don't leave anything to heal. And these were not new units. These were things that had been with me for weeks, that had killed dozens of Tier 5s, that had experience stacked on them that money can't buy. My eyes were stinging, and I was shouting, "Give it everything, we're almost there!" And eventually the rock across its chest went, and its knees went, and it came down with a roar that was more angry than anything else. Congratulations, Guang have successfully defeated the Tier 6 Earth-cracking Primordial Venerable, gaining 105 magic energy. 105. For a Tier 6. That took 6 of my kids. The system's rates never once stopped being an insult. I sat down on the floor and put my head back against a rock, and then the corpse cracked open. Not decayed, cracked like a shell, and fell apart into rubble. And inside it, held by the same 2 chains, there was a chest made of stone. I got up so fast I saw spots, because look at what that is. The chains didn't go through the monster to hold the monster. They went through the monster to hold the box, and the monster grew around it. Somebody hid a box inside a beast and chained the beast in a cellar. I had my vines open it because I have some sense. No explosion, no poison needles. Inside there was a gray sphere and a piece of paper. Paper. In a sealed cave under a desert in a world where nobody brought anything with them. Yellowed, folded, handwritten. I stood there for a second and then reached in and took it out, and the first line was already visible before I'd unfolded it. Congratulations, stranger. The fact that you're reading this letter means you're about to die. I nearly threw it back in the box. Then I read the rest. It is my pleasure to inform you that the place you are in is a death zone known, among countless large regions, as the Lord's breeding ground. Guang must have many questions right now. I'm here to tell you that this is not the real primordial continent. Each batch of newly arrived lords is randomly assigned to various regions and given resources to grow. Once their strength reaches the 6th rank, they automatically leave this world and go to the real primordial continent, what we call leaving the starting village. Stranger, I don't know which realm you come from, nor how much time has passed. But since you defeated the troop I left behind, you already possess strength approaching the 6th rank. I looked up at the rubble of the thing I'd just killed, the troop he left behind. He'd made that, chained his own unit around his own box so that whoever eventually killed it would be strong enough to matter. Unfortunately, the passage from this area to the primordial continent has been blocked. Once you reach the 6th rank, you will be devoured by those who control this area and become food for their advancement. I stopped reading and stood there in the dark, devoured, not killed, devoured, fed to somebody so they could level. We tried to fight together. We failed. Those people were far more powerful than we imagined. We were less than ants in their presence. I once reigned supreme, standing atop millions, and I have ended up like this. I hate it. I hate the injustice of heaven, and I hate my own weakness even more. By the time you read this letter, I will probably be dead. We're in the same boat, so here's one last piece of advice. There is only one way out of this place. Go through the gray fog zone at the edge of the region and reach another large area that isn't blocked off. Remember, Guang only have one chance. 1 month after the day of your arrival, the gray fog will weaken for a period. That will be when it is thinnest. Only by gathering the entire strength of your territory to get through it can you have a chance to survive. If you succeed, remember to avenge us. Avenge all of us who perished in this. I read it 3 times, and then I read the 4th line again, because that's the one that did it. Each batch of newly arrived lords. Batch. Not group, not wave, batch. Somebody wrote that word, or something translated into that word, and it's the correct one, and I had spent a month being extremely proud of myself inside it. I sat down on the floor of that cave, next to a hole in the ground where a man had bricked his own last words into a monster, and I understood everything at once. The 7 days weren't protection. The beast tide wasn't a disaster. The leaderboard wasn't a game. 10 million people were dropped into a paddock, given tools, told to compete, encouraged to kill each other for essence, and every single one of us who got good enough was going to be harvested. That's the entire design. That's the whole point. We're not players. We're livestock with a growth chart. Everything that had felt strange since day one snapped into place. Why the rewards were so stingy. Why killing each other was the only reliable path up. Why nobody who'd ever left had ever come back to say hello. It's a farm. And the guy in the mud with the shrubs was the prize hog. Zhao Jie's warning wasn't a rumor. Zhao Jie's warning was the sound of the slaughterhouse door. And the gray fog Xiao Hu told me was spreading toward us, that's not weather. That's the fence. And here's the piece that actually got me, sitting on that floor. 10 million. 10 million people in my region alone. And the letter says regions, plural. Countless large regions. And this one is known among them by a name, which means there are enough of them that they needed names. Chang Fu, typing his wife's name into a channel on day one, over and over, hoping. The man in the mud who couldn't kill a tier 1 and didn't know how he'd survive the night. The people in that clearing calling each other brother for an hour before the box came down. Every single one of them was a number on a delivery schedule. All of it. The leaderboard, the rankings, the treasure drops, the essence you can only strip off a corpse. Every system in that region existed to make 10 million people compete to be first in line at the abattoir. And the winner gets eaten first. I have never in my life been so angry about a spreadsheet. I looked at the other thing in the box. Orb of Migration. Allows temporary storage of a territory core for territory relocation and conceals level-based aura. Valid for 5 days. Requires magic energy equal to territory level times 10,000. The man had thought of everything. Because here's the problem I hadn't gotten to yet. Even if I walked through the fog myself, my territory is a tree in a yard. It stays. And if the tree dies, I die, wherever I am. He solved that. Before he died, with his own hands, for a stranger he'd never meet. And better than solved it, it hides your level. So you can hit tier 6, take your territory into your pocket, and walk out of this paddock while the thing that hunts tier 6s looks straight past you. 60,000 magic energy for a tier 6 territory, plus everything to reach tier 6 in the first place. 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. I put the orb away and looked around that cavern properly for the first time, at the broken architecture and the collapsed walls, and I finally understood that too. This wasn't a monster nest. That's why I never got a settlement cleared notification. This was somebody's territory. This was his house. Rest in peace, I said to a ruin. Someone is going to answer for this. And then, because I am a practical man, and I had a countdown now, not today. Today I just have to not die. I walked out. The desert outside was empty. The noise had scared everyone off, which was ideal, because it meant nobody watched me come out alive. And I went home to build the fastest army in the world. That night Ling Shi hit her cap, and I had a 7th tier essence. Sorry, a 6th. I had the tier 6 essences I'd been hoarding, and I spent one. She grew to the size of my head. Her face came into focus. The 2 little butterflies split into 4 and started orbiting her like moons. Fairy Messenger, Ling Shi, Royal Family. Tier 7, no, Tier 6. Spirit 425, new skill, Power of Dominion. Powerful control over natural energy, capable of commanding all plants, accelerating their growth, healing wounds, and summoning tree demons. I found out what that last one meant 20 minutes later when she pointed at an ordinary tree in the forest, and it stood up and walked over and started beating a tier 5 monster to death with its own branches. And at the same instant, a notification. Congratulations, your regional ranking has improved. Guang are currently ranked number 1. First place, Chen Hao, tier 5, plant type. Second, Duan Mingyu, tier 5, demon system. The channel did not recover for an hour. Chen Hao has surged to first. What? Duan Mingyu has actually been surpassed. Duan Mingyu's undefeated myth is over. As expected of the great Chen Hao, he's trampled angels and demons under his feet. It's so satisfying. The undisputed number 1 in plant type. Somewhere at the edge of the region, in a cave by a lava flow, a good-looking young man in a blood-red hall looked at his own name in 2nd place, and next to him stood a 2-winged dark demon that was, unmistakably, tier 6. A tier 6 troop, he said. It seems I'll have to meet this person. And then, instead of coming to kill me, he did something much more interesting. I got a private message. The road to the primordial continent has been blocked. Are you interested in breaking through the blockade and escaping here together? I read that 4 times with my heart going sideways. Somebody else knew. Guang also know about the regional lockdown? There was a long pause on his end, and later I learned exactly what that pause was. It was a man discovering that the person he intended to recruit already had the information he'd planned to trade for. Then he laughed and gave up the whole thing at once. Since you know, I won't explain. We have Shen Ruo and me. Are you interested in crossing the gray fog together? We can look out for each other. Shen Ruo, second on the list. Angel system. Do you know a way to get through the fog? Guang mean the orb of migration? Guang have one? I don't, but Shen Ruo does. She got the blueprints for the magic tower, and we're gathering resources to build it. Guang even know about the orb of migration? And I sat there in my yard with a 100-year-old letter in my pocket and grinned at a menu. I not only know that, I have one right now. But since you can make them, could you make one more? I'd like to call another friend. Who? Zhao Jie. Fine, Guang provide the materials. I'll send you the list. Zhao Jie, who had warned a stranger in a mine for no reason at all when he could have said nothing. I sent him everything, and he replied in about 9 seconds, and I could hear the man's stomach drop through the text. He'd suspected, he'd had pieces of it, he'd never had it laid out. And then he said he was in, and that he'd bring his own resources, and thanked me twice. 4 of us, 2 weeks. I was going to need 60,000 magic energy, a tier 6 territory, and every unit I owned at the top of its class. So I got to work, and the world, as always, sent me presents I didn't ask for. 2 days later, 2 lords came out of the woods and found my territory while I was hunting, saw a giant tree and no lord, and decided today was their lucky day. Let's go take a look. If the lord isn't inside, we destroy the territory and take his resources. Let's make it clear first. The resources are split 50-50, 30 tier 5 units between them. Mechanical Ironmen and Minotaur Axemen, which is genuinely a lot, and they walked into the thorn forest. One of them hesitated at the edge, actually. But what about these vines? I have a feeling there's something strange about these plants. Just a bunch of larger plants. What could be strange about them? Hurry, before the Lord comes back. Pink mist came up out of the ground behind them and closed. Then the vines went up in a wall and cut off the way out, and the forest ate their entire army in under a minute, dragged in, drained, gone, screaming and machinery breaking somewhere in the fog. The thin one made it out. His friend didn't. His friend got wrapped up to the neck and pulled backward into the mist, yelling, "Please," and "Help," and "I don't want to die." And the thin one ran without turning around and kept running. And here's the mistake he made. He got clear of the forest, into the trees, and he stopped, and he got angry. If I can't handle you, someone else can. Just wait. I'll make sure everyone knows where your territory is. He said it out loud, in the woods, alone. Except he wasn't alone, because there was a wood demon dragon 200 meters over his head that had been following him since he broke the tree line. I'd been given the invasion warning the second they crossed the line. I trusted my house. I'd built my house to be trusted. So I told the dragon in my yard to follow whatever came out and went home at my own pace. I got back to a pile of corpses in my own forest. Guang dare to covet my territory? Do you think you can escape? Less than an hour later, following a thread in my head, I was standing at the mouth of an underground cave in the deep hills, his territory. Hidden in a hole, which is why I'd walked that forest a dozen times and never found it. Gu Chung was sitting in his fortress with the regional channel open, composing the message that would tell the whole region where I lived. And honestly, if he'd typed faster, this would be a different story. The twin spore mushroom blew the wall in. Who are you? Why are you attacking my territory? Guang just attacked mine. Have you forgotten already? He went white and screamed at his Iron Men to stop me, and they came, and a handful of red mushrooms landed under them, and the tier 6 explosion took every one of them apart at once. And then he was standing in his own hall, in front of a giant mechanical gear that was his soul, backing up, saying things that didn't connect to each other. No, Guang can't kill me. Guang, you're committing a crime. He'd genuinely forgotten. 90 minutes earlier, he had walked into my house to destroy my core with me inside it, and now he was appealing to a rulebook. I gestured at the mushroom. The gear came apart, and the cave came down, and a notification told me he'd had 89 magic energy to his name. 89. That's why he was robbing houses. I went home and got on with it, and 2 days later, the channel handed me 60,000 magic energy if I was willing to go and stand in a canyon full of cannibals for it. Brothers, come quick. I found a gathering place for Tier 5 monsters in the scorched wasteland. There are so many of them, I can't take them on alone. What? A Tier 5 nest? Where exactly? I'm coming right now. The Tier 3 nests gave Tier 3 tokens, so a Tier 5 nest gives a Tier 5 token, right? Holy crap, a Tier 5 token? Where? That word did it. Everyone in the region had spent weeks watching the troop-type lottery ruin their lives, and a token is the only way to fix a bad hand, and by then a lot of people were strong enough to try. Within an hour, half the Tier 5s in the Endless Wasteland were converging on one valley, calling in favors, dragging friends. I nearly didn't go. Too many people, too much noise. Then I saw the description again. Several hundred Tier 5 monsters. Several hundred. At 50 energy each. I got on a lion. The valley mouth was hundreds of meters wide, and inside it there was a tribe. An actual tribe. Fences, caves, tents made of rags, cookfires, and enormous ogres walking around them turning something on a spit that I chose not to identify. A dozen lords were already standing outside, and none of them were going in, because everybody had done the same maths I had. A nest that big has a leader, and a leader that big is Tier 6. So we all stood there. And more arrived, and the more people who arrived, the smaller everybody's share got, and I watched the arithmetic curdle into impatience in real time. We can't wait any longer. Charge! One man broke, and then everyone broke, because nobody was going to be the one who waited politely. A dozen lords and a wall of units went into that valley shouting, and the ogres came boiling out of every cave to meet them, and the first thing that happened was a Tier 5 beast at the front of the charge got hit on the head with a club and turned into mince. They weren't ready for it. Ogres aren't clever, but they are extremely large, and they had been hitting things for a very long time. The Lord's line started to buckle almost immediately, and I heard someone screaming for reinforcements, and a couple of them started backing out, which is when I brought the vines in from both sides. Not to save them, let's be honest with each other. To get in position while everything in that valley was looking the other way. Vines came along the ground into the ogre flank and tied up 30 of them at once, and my banshees drained a whole rank of them dry and left the husks standing. Wow, look at that! He took down that many in one go? The lords stared, and then they took the opening, because they weren't stupid. With the ogres bogged down, their units got the upper hand, and the line pushed into the valley. And I stayed at the very back, taking kills. Slayed a Tier 5 ogre, gaining 47 magic energy. Slayed a Tier 5 ogre, gaining 51 magic energy. Half an hour of that. 3,000 magic energy while other people did the shouting. Then we all pushed into the deep end of the canyon and hit the cave at the back, and something inside it made a noise that stopped everybody. A Tier 6. It's definitely a Tier 6. Everyone be careful. It came out at 5 meters tall with 2 heads. Ogre leader, Tier 6, strength 420. Skills, bloodlust, and fire manipulation. Description: leader of an ogre tribe who awakened the two-headed bloodline after consuming large amounts of blood, gaining the ability to manipulate fire. One of the heads possesses extremely high intelligence. One of the heads is smart. That's the line I want you to sit with. It put a ball of fire together in its hand, and the whole front rank of lords scattered, and one of them was slow. It hit him directly, not his units, him. A column of fire across the canyon, and a lord went out like a match, and every summon he owned dropped dead at the same moment. And the reason it went for him is that it knew too. It looked at a crowd of hundreds of units and picked out the 11 people the units were attached to. The lords went white. Stop it! Don't let it break through! Don't panic, we have numbers. Hundreds of Tier 5s went in on it at once, and it turned its eyes red and swung a spiked club and cleared a circle 30 meters wide, and then put fire into the densest part of the crowd and cleared it again. And then it looked at the lords. And the entire valley, everyone who'd been shouting about being brave 20 minutes earlier, ran. Right. My turn. Ling Shi, go help. Guang Tu, go. Treant General went first. 2 Tier 4s worth of momentum in a Tier 5 body, straight up the middle, savage charge. The whole valley turned to watch, because a tree the size of a house does not usually move like that. What is that? A tree spirit? That's speed! It's charging the leader! It hit the ogre in the chest and sent 5 meters of two-headed cannibal off its feet and into a rockfall. The lords stopped running, all of them mid-stride, staring. He sent the ogre leader flying. What insane power! Could that be a tier 6 troop? It got back up out of the rubble, roaring, and that's when my vines got to it. Dark red thorns around its feet and body, dragging it back down, and Ling Shi's wood spikes coming up through its stomach. It tore the vines off and gathered fire again, and more vines came up its arms and took the spell apart in its hands, and the barbs went in and started drinking. Then Treant General came back around and brought both arms down on top of 2 heads at once, and a spike went through its chest, and that was the end of the tribe. Silence. Total silence in that canyon. Defeat the tier 6 ogre leader and gain 115 magic energy. Successfully wiped out the gathering place of tier 5 monsters. Obtained tier 5 territory essence. Obtained tier 5 humanoid troop token, ogre. A tier 5 token, humanoid, which is, once again, not my flavor and completely useless to me. 11 lords were standing in that valley staring at my hand. Is that a troop token? It really is a token! I could see the maths happening in their heads, and I could see them looking at my 3 tier 6s and deciding against it. So I made it easy for them. I held it up. Anyone interested in this token can trade for it with magic energy. Highest bidder wins. The valley came alive like a trading floor. Guang mean it? Boss, 3,000 magic energy. 3,000? Are you trying to fob him off? 5,000. 6. 7. 7,001. 7,002. It stalled around 7.5. And then a mild-looking man at the back said, 10,000, and the whole canyon shut up. 10,000 magic energy for a token I could not use, from people who had just watched me clear their nest for them. Sold. He was so happy he thanked me about 6 times, and said he'd been specifically looking for a melee unit. And then I watched him remember that he was now holding the single most valuable object in a canyon full of armed men who had all just failed to get it. Every face in that valley had gone flat and interested. Guang are welcome, I said. As a bonus on the deal, I'll walk out with you. His face did something complicated and grateful. We left through the middle of that crowd together, and nobody so much as coughed, and I got him 2 kilometers clear of the valley before he peeled off toward home, shaking my hand about 9 times. And behind us, in the canyon, the lords finally started talking. Who was that? He was incredibly strong. Those units around him were tier 6. Tier 6, and plant type. Could that be the person on the list? Guang mean Lin Yu? I found out later that the man I'd escorted got home, checked his transaction record, saw the name on it, and had to sit down on the road. Anyway, 10,000 magic energy, 1 essence, a valley cleared, and everyone alive. Best afternoon I'd had in weeks. Because I had 2 weeks and 1 really stupid idea I wanted to test. Here's the idea. I had made exactly 3 royal bloodline units in my life. Ling Shi by accident on my 3rd day. Greenvine by accident during a battle, and that was it, out of thousands of mutations. Which meant it wasn't impossible, it was just rare. So I sat down under my tree with a wall of magic energy and started rolling. Recruit a tier 1 plant spirit, 1 magic energy. Mutate it, 1 magic energy. Continue. Little sapling. With 2 skills because it kept nature control. A little sapling that can cast. Have you ever seen a little sapling with 2 skills? I have. I made about 400 of them. Continue with the mutation. Mushroom. Continue. Sapling again. Continue. 2 hours. 700 mutations. My legs went numb. I got up, stretched, ate some jerky, sat back down. I refused to believe this. Another 300 and then I stop. 970-something, my brain had gone completely flat. I was saying the word continue like a man reading a phone book, and the light changed. Mutation successful. Thornvine grass mutated into little mushroom. Royal. I nearly fell over sideways. There was a tiny red mushroom sitting in the dirt in front of me, wearing a crown. Tier 1, Strength 5. Skills, Explosive Spores, and Demolition Mastery. Doubles explosion power and radius. Description. What bad intentions could little mushroom possibly have? It just likes to set off fireworks. That's the official file. That's what the system wrote. Somebody in the machinery of this world made a joke. Double blast power and double radius, permanently, on a bloodline that grows. I sat there with numb legs at the end of 2 hours of the most tedious work of my life, looking at a mushroom in a crown, and I said, "Since you're royalty among mushrooms, how about I call you the Mushroom Demon King?" The mushroom did not respond. The mushroom was tier 1 and had existed for 11 seconds. By the next morning, it had leveled overnight off the ancient tree and could walk, and I found it out in the yard, sunbathing in the middle of a ring of tier 6 mushrooms like a general at a briefing. I want to be extremely clear that I did not arrange that. They did that themselves. I spent a whole day walking that mushroom around the forest, looking for things small enough for it to kill. That's the actual sentence. The most dangerous man in a region of 10 million people spent an entire day escorting a tier 2 mushroom through the woods so it could get its homework done. We found 2 corpse hounds, tier 3, and I had the vines tie them up so nothing could go wrong, and then the mushroom demon king hopped over and dumped an armful of red mushrooms on them. The blast shook the trees. Its power and radius were already close to a tier 3's, at tier 2, because of the crown. And then, while the smoke was still going up, it plucked several more off itself and threw them into the middle of it, giggling, I don't know how else to describe the noise a mushroom makes, and finished them. Slay a tier 3 corpse hound, gain 10 magic energy. By the end of that day, it was tier 4 and had learned fission, and it was following me around like a dog, and I patted it on the head and it pushed back into my palm. I want to say something about that, and then I'll stop. I had been alone for 3 weeks in a world designed to make me kill people. I had killed a man with vines, and then his 3 friends, and then a man who begged. The only living things that had ever been simply, uncomplicatedly glad to see me in this world were plants I'd made out of a shrub with a button. So yes, I named them. Yes, I talked to them. I'd do it again. That evening, Duan Mingyu's message came in. The orb of migration has been prepared and sent to Jiaojie. Get ready to depart for the regional border in a few days. It's better to be a little ahead of time. And my mood went out like a light. Okay, just let me know when, and I'll get there as fast as I can. I'll send you the meeting point. Shinrua and I will be waiting. Also, it's best not to spread this. It could cause panic and get noticed by those people up there. Those people up there. I sat with that phrase for a while, looking at a channel full of 10 million names. I thought about telling them. I want to be honest about that. I sat there and I thought about typing it all out, the letter, the fog, the farm, and I did the math on what would happen. Nobody in that region could make 60,000 magic energy in 2 weeks, except maybe 4 people. There are no orbs. There is no second route. All I'd do is tell 10 million people their livestock and then leave. Some of them would have thrown themselves into the fog. Most of them would have called me a liar, same as last time. I closed the channel and did not send it. I've turned that over a lot. I still don't know if I was right, but I know I wasn't strong enough to be right, which is a different thing, and I've been fixing that ever since. Departure day came fast. I got up before the sun and went down into a yard that was already awake because they knew, all of them. They'd known for days, the way a house knows. Green vine, mushroom demon king, ancient tree. Guang 3 stay inside the territory. Everyone else, outside and wait. The ones who couldn't move fast enough, and the one who couldn't move at all, and the old tree that would never level, into the pocket with the house. Everything else on foot. The yard emptied out in about a minute, and then it was just me, standing in the middle of a place I'd lived in for a month, that I'd built out of nothing, that I'd defended against a tide, and I'd be lying if I said I walked out of there without looking back. I put my hand on the trunk and upgraded to tier 6. The tree went to 60 meters. The walls came up and got a skin of metal on them, and that flood came through me one more time, bigger than any of them, and I felt myself go up a whole category of life. Congratulations! Your territory has successfully advanced to tier 6. Your level has reached the limit for this plane. Plane teleportation is imminent. Please prepare. And immediately, from every direction at once, a pull. Something took hold of me and the tree and the whole yard and started drawing. That is what happens when you reach tier 6 in the Lord's breeding ground. That's the hook, right there. And I could feel it, and it did not feel like a door. It felt like a hand. I got outside the wall and took the orb out. Do you wish to use the orb of migration on the territory, consuming 60,000 magic energy? Yes. The orb went up over my house and lit, and the whole territory started to shake, and the ground came apart, and then space folded over and swallowed the entire thing. 60 meters of tree, the walls, the buildings, green vines, whole forest, all of it, and it was gone. Bare dirt. A month of my life, erased in 4 seconds. And in my hand, a gray sphere with a tiny world inside it. A miniature tree. 3 small shapes standing in a yard the size of a coin. The pull stopped. Instantly, completely, like it had never been there. It couldn't find me anymore. I stood there in the empty clearing where my house had been, with 47 Tier 6 plants around me, and started walking. The channel exploded before I'd gone 2 kilometers. Holy crap, the names at the top of the leaderboard have suddenly disappeared. What happened? Why did Chen Hao's name vanish? And Duan Mingyu, and Zhao Jie, and Shen Ruo? They're not further down the rankings either. They're just gone. Were they killed? Who has the ability to kill all 4? At once? 4 big shots at once. Is something about to happen? And, inevitably, honestly, good. The list is finally open. Those 4 were suffocating everyone. I read that one twice. Because that man was going to be dead in a month and he was celebrating a promotion. Zhao Jie met me in the wasteland with 20 Tier 6s of his own. Ready? Everything's ready. Let's move. We need to meet the others. We walked together for 2 days. 2 days across a wasteland at a pace only Tier 6 bodies can hold. And along the way, lords saw us coming and ran. And territories saw us coming and closed their gates and armed everything they had. And we walked past all of them without a glance. And behind us, a group of neighbors stood around going, who were those 2? Why do they have so many units? I almost couldn't breathe when they passed my territory. Were those Tier 5s? Tier 5? Can a Tier 5 feel like that? It couldn't possibly be Tier 6, could it? Zhao Jie asked me about Duan Mingyu on the road. What kind of person do you think he is? Hard to say. He seems to hide things very well, unpredictable. Which matched what I'd got off him. He'd recruited me the exact minute I hit first place, and not 1 hour earlier. Everything that man did was a transaction, with the price hidden. Fine. I don't need my escape partner to be nice. I need him to want to live. Evening of the 2nd day, a volcanic belt came up on the horizon, hundreds of kilometers of it, and past it, the edge of the world. We slept in a cave with the plants on watch, and pushed into the volcanoes at first light. Bad country for me. Fire everywhere, my whole army half-wilted and sulking, and Zhao Jie genuinely surprised. There weren't Tier 6s here when people came a while ago. These monsters level 2. Nothing for it but speed, Ling Shi. And she went up, and the wood spirits went with her, and dropped light on the whole column, and every wilted plant came back green in one wave. Zhao Jie stared. That's a healing skill? Plant type does more than attack. I have never seen a man look so envious about a shrub. Late that day, the volcanoes stopped and turned into a plain, and the sky over the plain wasn't sky. It was gray. All of it, from the ground up, out to the horizon and past it, filling half of everything. Gray fog. And a voice from ahead. Guang finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Duan Mingyu was better looking than his messages deserved, and he smiled at me with a warmth that was completely manufactured and completely convincing. And behind him stood 30-plus Tier 6 demons, tall, horned, winged, and a woman in armor with a face like a closed door, and 20 Tier 6 angels. Shen Ruo did not say hello. Shen Ruo looked at me and looked away. Nice to meet you. Guang must be Chen Hao? That's me. This is Zhao Jie, you've met. 47 of mine, 30 of his, 20 of hers, 20 of Zhao Jie's. He noticed the count. Both of them did. Nobody said anything about it. Enough small talk, said Zhao Jie, who has no patience at all. Let's get down to business. Duan Mingyu went serious immediately, which told me the friendliness was a coat he could take off. I took units into the plain once already. The further in you go, the thicker it gets. 20 kilometers out, there's an area you can't see into at all. Have you been inside? I went in. I came out very quickly. Why? Because the fog is corrosive, and there are constant winds and fires and lightning. I nearly lost a Tier 6 troop in under a minute. Nobody said anything for a second. Under a minute. A Tier 6. It seems the news was right, I said. We can only get through when it weakens. We spent that night under a rock working out rolls. His demons and Zhao Jie's elementals up front to eat damage. My plants and her angels on healing, both of us, constantly, the whole way. I slept about 2 hours, and at dawn something detonated. We came out from under the rock and the horizon had moved. The gray was sweeping in from all directions at once, and inside it there was lightning hitting the ground hard enough to hear from kilometers off, and fire, and a wind that was tearing the plain apart. The whole edge of the world looked like the end of a civilization. Is this what they mean by the fog weakening? Duan Mingyu said that. Duan Mingyu, who was never once rattled by anything, said that with his mouth open. What do we do? Do we still go? Zhao Jie asked. If we don't leave, do you want to stay in this region forever? Duan Mingyu said through his teeth. Zhao Jie opened his mouth and closed it, because there's no argument. One chance. Miss it and you die here, on somebody's schedule, at somebody's table. Then we go, I said. Live or die, this is it. We went into it. The plane was already a storm, lightning walking around in the distance and getting closer. Our units up front in a wedge, Shenruo's angels holding shields over the whole column. An hour of that just to cross the plane. And then we reached the actual edge and stopped, because you could not walk into that without stopping first. 100 meters ahead, the world simply ended in a wall of gray with electricity crawling through it. The ground was lava and cracks, pillars of fire going up out of nowhere every few seconds with a sound like a building falling. I sent one Treant general in to test it, the toughest thing I own. It started dissolving, not burning, dissolving from the outside in. The corrosion is much weaker than before, Duan Mingyu said, and I want you to understand he was being encouraging. My demons should manage a few minutes in there. My elementals can absorb earth and fire to restore themselves, Zhao Jie said. I can dispel. Shenruo, 4 words, first thing she'd said all morning. Then let's go, I said. We don't have much time, because the orb lasts 5 days, and this was day 3, and if we didn't reach another region inside 5 days, my house comes out of my pocket wherever I happen to be standing. We walked into it. I have tried a few times to describe what that was like, and I've never got it right. The best I can do is, the world did not want me in it. Pressure from every direction at once, pulling and squeezing, and the fog eating my skin the whole time. Burning. Getting worse every minute and never stopping. A pillar of fire went up 20 meters away, and the heat came across my face like an open oven. Speed up! We can't stay in this place too long. We ran. Through lava pools, over cracked ground, thunder overhead constantly. Then the sky went white. A bolt came down and hit a tier 6 earth elemental next to Zhao Jie. There was nothing left. Not a body. Not ash you could point at. It was there, and then the space where it was standing was empty. Zhao Jie made a sound. Run! We kept going and kept losing things. Lava took units. Lightning took units. I lost 3 tier 6 plants in 10 minutes and could not stop to notice. Careful! Shenruo, sharp. 20 meters ahead, the space itself opened. A rip in the air, and black tentacles came out of it and struck at us. Spatial rift! I threw a Treant general in the way. Zhao Jie's wall of flame, Duan Mingyu's dark devouring, and her holy judgment all landed on it at once and drove them back, and we went around. And then there were more of them. And more. Rifts opening around us constantly with things reaching out, trying to pull us in, and 2 of Duan Mingyu's demons got caught and dragged through and were shredded by whatever's inside before the hole closed. I was down to 40 units. Everything with healing was working flat out on everything else. Her angel priests were chanting non-stop, dispelling, blessing, holding us together, except they couldn't touch his demons. Holy light doesn't work on those, so his had to take the flanks alone and just endure it. And then a rift opened behind Shenruo while she was giving an order. Get out of the way! Too slow. Way too slow. It opened right across her back, and her waist and abdomen came apart, and she screamed, and there was blood in the air. My vines got there first. I want that on the record, not because I want credit, but because of what it cost me later, and what it bought me later, and because at the time I did not think about it at all. Vines went out, wrapped her, and hauled her out of the path of the rift while it was still open. Then my plants were on her, and her angels were on her, and Zhao Jie and Duan Mingyu came sprinting back, and honestly all 3 of us knew the arithmetic. Her angels were half our healing, and all our purification, and if she died, we didn't get through. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and came back. I'm fine. Cough. I'm fine. Let my plants carry you. It's no good you moving. We'll talk when you've recovered. I had a blood succubus pull its spikes in and weave a stretcher out of its own vines, and we carried the 2nd strongest lord in the region through the apocalypse on a bed made of a plant. Thanks, she said. 2 syllables. From that woman, that was a speech. We walked almost a full day in that fog. A day. And there was no sign of an end to it, and the lightning got worse, and the rifts started opening 2 and 3 at a time. Then Zhao Jie shouted, Look! What's that? Up ahead in the gray, there was a shadow. Not a shape in the fog. A shadow, the size of a mountain range, blocking out half the sky. What is that? We slowed down. Nobody wanted to say the obvious thing, which was that it was moving. What do we do? Keep going? Of course we keep going. We've come this far. Do you think we can turn back? And we walked toward it, and as we got closer, we started hearing something. Snoring. Thunderous, rolling snoring, loud enough to drown out actual thunder, in time with the shadow's movement. We came around the bottom of it and saw what it was. A toad. A toad taller than a mountain, lying across the only pass between two peaks, asleep. I looked at it, and the information came up in front of my eyes, and I have never in my life wanted to unsee something so badly. World-swallowing beast. Race, chaos. Rank, 10th. Strength, unknown. Constitution, unknown. Skills, unknown. Description: an ancient demon born from chaos, possessing the power to devour the heavens. 10th rank. We were tier 6, every single one of us. The 4 strongest people out of 10 million in the whole region, standing at the ankle of something so far above us that the system would not even show me its numbers. 1 slap. That's all it would take. 1 slap for all 4 of us and everything we owned. Duan Mingyu's mouth was open. Zhao Jie's mouth was open. Shen Ruo, off the stretcher now, standing on her own legs with a hand over her mouth, and it was lying directly across the road. Looks like we have no choice, I said, and I did not recognize my own voice. We go around it, along the side. The mountains on both sides were too far and too high, and this was not a place where you climb. So 4 people and the last of 4 armies got down low and crept into that canyon along the wall, past a sleeping god. It got worse the closer we got. The snoring came up through the ground into my teeth. The pressure of the thing, not an aura, just mass, just the fact of it, made it hard to breathe properly. The one mercy was that inside the canyon the lightning couldn't reach us, and the lava pools had been flattened under it. We got so close to it we were almost touching its belly. Its side rose and fell like a hillside breathing. My heart was somewhere behind my tongue. Every time the belly contracted, we moved, fast, and then froze again. Every second felt like a week. And the plants were perfect. Not one of them made a noise. 40 units, most of them the size of trees, crept past a sleeping 10th rank without a sound, because they were mine and I was terrified, and they knew it. I don't know how long. My neck seized up from holding my head at one angle. Eventually the wall opened out and we were level with its head. Almost there. We looked at each other and every one of us had the same stupid, hopeful expression. And the snoring stopped. Just stopped, mid-breath. We stood there in complete silence. Then we looked up. Its eye was open. It had been open for a while. It was looking down at 4 ants with a killing intent so heavy I felt my knees try to fold. "Run!" all 4 of us said it at once. The canyon started shaking as the thing got up out of the sand and stone, and I did not look back. And then, croak. A sound went across the whole sky, and then something moved behind us faster than anything that size should move, and there was an explosion, and the ground where the back of our column had been simply ceased. Its tongue took the rear third of everything we had, rolled it up with the topsoil, and swallowed. Half our tier 6 armies. In one strike. From a thing that had not gotten up properly yet. We ran like animals, and behind us it cried out again, and the whoosh came, and Shen Ruo turned and screamed, "Holy light shines!" Every angel she had left threw everything at once, and the canyon went white. And a 10th rank god blinked, actually blinked. Its tongue went sideways instead of into us, and took everything on that side instead, turned units into ash mid-air, shattered her own angels into light, and we were through the gap and out and running and not stopping. 10 more minutes of open ground before anyone dared look. It hadn't followed. It stayed in that canyon. It was guarding something. It never had any interest in us at all. We were 4 bugs that woke it up. We stopped, and we all bent over with our hands on our knees, and then we counted. Less than 1 in 10 left. Duan Mingyu had 4 demons. Zhao Jie had 3 or 4 elementals. Shen Ru had 3 or 4 angels. I had Ling Shi and 5 others. Out of 47. "How are you? Are you all right?" "Fine." Zhao Jie could barely get it out. "Me too. I've just lost a lot of troops." We rested for about a minute and then went on, because a minute was all we had. Another full day. Rifts, lava, lightning, 4 wrecked people and a dozen surviving units picking their way through it one step at a time. And then, at the far end of the second day, the fog started to thin. And then there were trees. We walked out of the gray fog zone into a misty forest on the other side of the world, filthy, bleeding, half dead, with 15 units between 4 people. And 5 men with 50 tier 5s saw us come out. Brother How, there doesn't seem to be anything in here. Nothing at all? Damn it, wasted trip. I thought I'd found treasure. They'd come because the sky had trembled and gray fog had appeared, and they'd assumed a treasure was being born. They'd lost some scouts to the fog and gotten scared of it. Then one of them looked over. Brother How, look, there seem to be people over there. 3 men and a woman, ragged, bleeding, a handful of units. I didn't expect anyone else here. Looks like most of their troops are dead. Let's go take their resources. And they spread out and surrounded us with 50 units and started smiling. I looked at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie looked at me. They all seem to be tier 5, he said quietly. How do we deal with this? Silence them, I said, because whatever else was true, one thing was absolutely true. Nobody in this new region could ever find out that 4 people had come out of that fog. 2 demons and 2 earth elementals went first. Black light landed in the middle of their formation, and a dozen tier 5s died where they stood. The ground came apart under another dozen. Arrows of holy light came down through the rest before they could scream. No, this isn't 5th tier, it's 6th. They're all tier 6. Run! Brother How got about 4 steps. Vines came up under all 5 of them and dragged them back. No, I don't want to die. Please. Please spare me. Ling Shi put spikes through every one of them. 50 units against 15, and it took 9 seconds, because tiers are not a suggestion. I stood in a strange forest and looked around at nothing I recognized. It seems we've truly made it to another area. Yes, Zhao Jie said, and his voice cracked. We've finally made it. Half an hour later, we came out of the trees into open country big enough to fit 4 territories, and stopped because it was time. Zhao Jie came over to me first, and his face was doing something. Chen Hao, I won't say anything more. Guang gave me this life. If I get out of here alive, please ask me for anything, ever. Okay, I will. And then, because I meant it, but when we get teleported to the primordial continent, we'll probably be scattered again. If we land near each other, let's work together. Duan Mingyu came over with the warm smile back on. Indeed, we know nothing about the primordial continent. If we're fortunate enough to land together, we can help each other. He was mostly looking at me while he said it. Of course he was. I'd walked out of that fog with more units left than any of them. I said, okay, if there's an opportunity, and he said then it's settled, and off he went. And I still don't know what that man wanted. And then there was Shen Ruel. She walked over slowly, and all the frost had gone out of her face, and she looked at me for a long moment and said, thank you. 2 words again. Guang, we're welcome. It was nothing. She didn't move. I will remember this favor, she said, no matter what. And she turned and left, and that was that. I went off alone to a clearing at the edge of the trees and took the orb out of my pocket and stood there holding a month of my life in one hand. Finally, we've come this far. I started preparing for this 2 weeks ago. Killed monsters, robbed treasure, took a mine apart, put a man through the chest, all of it, every hour, for this exact second. Do you want to use the orb of migration at the current location? Once decided, it cannot be changed. Yes. The orb shattered, and light came out of it, and the world bent, and my tree came back up out of nothing, 60 meters into the sky, and the walls, and the buildings, and Greenvine's whole forest unfolding outward, and the Mushroom Demon King standing in the yard, looking around like a man who'd been asleep in the back of a car. All safe, all of them. And the second my territory touched the ground, the pull came back, that hand closing on me, because I was tier 6 again, in a place where tier 6 was allowed to leave. Congratulations, Guang have successfully reached tier 6. The space tunnel is now open. Guang will be transported to the primordial continent shortly. The world blurred, the floor went out from under me, and I came to in a void. Gray haze in every direction, lightning in it, space tearing and healing, and me standing in a corridor of clear air that ran up forever. There were others, hundreds of them, thin lines of light going up into nothing, other tunnels, other people, all rising. That should take us to the primordial continent, right? And then, at the far end of the gray, there was a sound like a mountain breaking. Space shattered, and a mouth opened in the sky. I don't know what it was attached to, I never saw a body, just a maw, vast beyond any reasonable use of the word, and it closed over that whole distant section of the void, and everything in it went in, including the tunnels. I watched dozens of them, pillars of light with people inside them, get pulled apart and consumed and turned into energy going down a throat. That direction was the region I'd just left. That's what happens. That's what happens when you reach Tier 6 in the Lord's breeding ground. Guang don't get devoured on the ground by a monster. Guang get eaten in transit, in the tunnel, while you're standing in the light thinking you made it. Every person who ever vanished was standing exactly where I was standing, about 4 seconds from the end, feeling relieved. I got a chill so deep it stayed with me for weeks. I having made it out by the width of a fog and a letter left in a stone box by a dead man. Sometime later, a moment or a century, I genuinely can't say, the weightlessness stopped and I was standing on a platform. An enormous stone platform floating in a void with flashes of light all around it as people appeared, all of them looking exactly as confused as me. Where am I? Shouldn't I be on the primordial continent? Same question. What is this place? How are there so many people? Was there a teleport error? And a voice from the side, dripping. A bunch of country bumpkins. Don't they know? When you're teleported to the primordial continent, you have to choose a country first. Somebody asked what that meant, and the guy puffed up like a pigeon. These regions we came from are all under the jurisdiction of several duchies on the primordial continent. If you want to go, you must join one. Then the duchy allocates land based on your personal strength and relocates your territory there. Look at those 10 doors. They lead to 10 different duchies, and there are representatives from each who test your strength. I turned around. 10 enormous gates in the middle of the platform, and beside them, pillars of light with people standing inside them and voices reading out results. Beast System Territory. Overall rating, E. Insect System Territory. Overall rating, E. Angel System Territory. Overall rating, D. Mechanical System Territory. Overall rating, E. And the 10 people running the tests were radiating something that made my knees want to bend. Every one of them was so far above Tier 6 that the comparison stopped being useful. So, our region was a farm, and the farms belonged to duchies, and the duchies buy the livestock at the gate and sort it by grade. I stood in that crowd and listened to people explain the rating system to each other. 9 levels, SSS at the top and F at the bottom. Everyone getting E, the occasional D causing a stir. 1 F earlier that morning had been assigned to the most desolate land available, and everybody had a good laugh about it. Then somebody hit C. Humanoid-type territory. Overall rating, C. The whole platform turned around. A young man came out of the pillar with his chin up, and the 10 representatives, who 30 seconds earlier had been so bored they were barely blinking, got up and physically competed for him. Interested in joining our Moonlight Kingdom? We can offer you the best benefits. Flowing Fire can match that. Come to Flowing Fire. Our Tianyong King is humanoid type himself. Guang'd have a better future with us. He picked Tianyong. The losers sighed and sat back down, and one of them never got up at all. A hunched old man in the corner, leaning on a cane, who hadn't said a word. While I was watching them, I heard them talking among themselves, and I want you to hear it because it's the first honest thing anyone said on that platform. Sigh, the quality of this batch doesn't seem very good. So long for 1 C. Right, my task is to recruit 10 C levels. Just thinking about it, I know it's impossible. Forget C, even D is extremely rare. There's nothing we can do. In our small regions, we're lucky to pick 1. How can we compare to the vast regions the Empire and the Kingdoms control, where you can find an A level easily? I wish I hadn't taken this job. Small regions, our whole world, 10 million people, a beast tide, a treasure war, a leaderboard, a month of my life, 100,000 corpses, a small region. A bad supplier, a disappointing shipment. Then it was my turn. Stand up there. The tester didn't look at me. Bad mood. Long day. I walked into the light, and something warm went through me and read me all the way to the bottom. Plant type territory. Overall rating, F. The tester's head came up. I stood there in a pillar of light in front of a couple of hundred people, ranked at the absolute bottom of the scale, with the laughter starting before the echo had finished. Ha ha, look, another F. How does someone get the lowest rating and still reach Tier 6? F rank, that's terrible. How weak do you have to be? I doubt any duchy would want him. And here's the thing, they were right. That's the part I want you to understand, because I could stand there and be furious about the injustice of it, except it wasn't unjust. It was arithmetic. That rating reads your troops and your resources, and I had just walked out of a fog that ate 2/3 of everything I owned and spent every last point of magic energy I had on an orb to save my house. 4 tier 6s and a few tier 5s and an empty warehouse. Of course I was an F. I'd spent my entire fortune on the privilege of not being eaten. I have never in my life been so accurately insulted. The tester next to me looked disgusted. Every other representative on that platform looked away like I might approach them. And I stood there doing very fast math, because I couldn't reach the primordial continent without joining a duchy, and if I joined one who thought this little of me, they'd hand me the worst dirt they owned. If you don't mind, come to our great wilderness duchy, old voice from the side. The whole crowd turned. It was the hunched old man with the cane, the only one who hadn't chased the C rank. He'd stood up at some point, and he was looking at me and smiling. Elder Shu, are you really going to let him join? Of course. He didn't take his eyes off me. However, like them, I can't offer you the best resources. If you can accept that, come to our great wilderness duchy. I looked at him for a long moment. Okay, I said, I'll go. And I walked out of the light and over to him, past the laughing, and he didn't flinch away from me the way the others had. Don't care too much what others think, he said. When I first came here, I was just like you, and I ended up where I am today. Elder Shu is also from another world? Yes. Not just me. All the lords on the primordial continent came from countless destroyed worlds, only at different times. He seemed pleased that I'd asked politely, which tells you something about the average manners on that platform. When I first came here, I was in the same boat as you, the lowest rating, F. I worked my way up step by step, so don't be too disappointed. I bowed to him, properly, all the way. Thank you, I will remember this kindness. All right, we may never meet again. Take this and go through the door. Once you get there, you'll know what to do. He put a dull crystal in my hand. And I want to tell you what he was actually thinking, because I found out much later, and it doesn't make me like him less. He wasn't investing. He didn't believe in me. He looked at an F-rank plant type getting laughed at by a crowd and remembered being that person, and he took me out of pity to settle something with his own conscience. He fully expected me to disappear into a hole in the map and never be heard from again. That's fine. That's more than anyone else on that platform did. I walked through the gate marked Great Wilderness Duchy, and the laughing stopped behind me, cut off mid-breath. Somewhere on the far edge of a continent I'd never seen, at the lip of a desert, a woman and a little girl were walking toward a town made of mud, both of them in rags, both of them so thin the wind was a genuine hazard. The girl was maybe 7, gray-faced, holding a filthy cloth doll. Mother, do you think a lord will come to us this year? The woman put a hand on her head and smiled the way you smile when you have nothing. Yes, it'll happen soon. The Lord should be here soon, and then we can live a good life. But mother, you said the same thing last year. The smile got worse. Why would I lie to you? Didn't the Lord come 2 years ago too? But San Bao next door said the Lord left in less than a month. The woman's eyes flickered, and she put it away fast and patted the back of her daughter's head. Mei, be good. Don't listen to San Bao. Today we're going to the city to pray. After that, Mother will buy you a sugar cake. And the girl forgot about lords instantly and jumped up and down, and color came into her face, and off they went to a square in the middle of a town where a few hundred people were kneeling in front of a broken statue asking, once a year, for somebody to please come and take charge of them. They'd been doing it every year for a very long time. Meanwhile, I came out of a door in the sky about 100 meters up and landed in the middle of them. Notifications hit me before my feet did. Congratulations on your successful arrival on the primordial continent. World channel open, region changed, current region, Great Wilderness Duchy. The Lord has been detected to have left the subordinate plane. The basic troop type restriction has been lifted. The recruitment cap has been increased. Personal space upgrade. Power of faith unlocked. Townsfolk feature unlocked. Building features unlocked. Territory management unlocked. Half a dozen entire systems, all at once, and I was still trying to work out which way was up. And then several hundred people fell on their faces in front of me, shouting, "Greetings, Lord." Look, I'm aware that I'm reasonably good-looking. I am not several hundred strangers on the ground good-looking. I stood there with my mouth slightly open, and a voice in my head said, "A matching unclaimed territory has been detected. Do Do you wish to initiate a territory relocation? So I got the crystal out of my pocket, and it lit up like a flare. A certificate of territorial relocation issued by the king. It really is a lord. A lord has really come to us. Greetings, your lordship. And they all went down again, which is when I finally looked past them at what I had actually been given. Sand, in every direction. City walls made of mud, pitted and eaten away by wind until they had the structural integrity of a biscuit. Streets of dirt, buildings of dirt, a square with a broken statue in it and a few hundred people in front of it, wearing what I can only describe as the memory of clothes. Every single one of them thin, not slim, thin the way you get when it's been years. And I finally understood why all those duchy representatives had looked at me with pity. I had been given a corpse and told it was a city. Mother, why isn't the Lord speaking? Does he dislike us? Small voice. Right at the front. I looked down, and there was the girl, holding her doll, trying to get behind her mother's leg. And her mother went to pieces instantly. My lord, spare my life! My lord, spare my life! My daughter is ignorant. Please have mercy. And she started knocking her head against the ground. Over a question. A 7-year-old asked a question, and her mother's first, fastest, most practiced reaction was to beg for both their lives. That's not fear of me. That's a reflex. Somebody taught them that. It's all right, I said, and I made my voice as light as I could manage. She didn't do anything wrong. Guang don't need to be so afraid of me. I don't eat people. The relief on that woman's face made me want to sit down. All right, everyone, get up. Who's in charge here? There was a long shuffle, and then an old man came forward, held up on both sides, moving like a bundle of sticks in a coat. My lord, I am Liu Dexian, the acting lord of Yellow Sand City. And he bowed so deep I genuinely thought he was going to fall over. So I went down off the platform to catch him, and he panicked and backed away from me, actually backed away, waving his hands, because a lord had reached toward him, and in his experience, that never ended well. All right then, let's find somewhere to sit. I'd like to learn about Yellow Sand City. The numbers, once I had them, were about what you'd expect from the outside of the place. Most remote, most desolate corner of the entire Great Wilderness Duchy. No resources. Everyone who could leave had left years ago. What remained was the old, the sick, the women, the children, and a handful of people too stubborn to go. Total population, under 500. Not 500 families, 500 people. The last lord had lasted a month before he packed his territory into his pocket and left, and that was 3 years ago. I sat there doing arithmetic I didn't enjoy. A month, I thought, that's exactly how long it takes to bank 60,000 magic energy for a relocation. He didn't leave because he hated the desert. He arrived, looked around, and immediately started saving up for the bus fare. And I could do the same. Nothing stopped me. Grind the desert, bank the energy, move somewhere green, and this place could go back to praying at a broken statue for another 3 years. Then I looked up, and Liu Dexian and every steward in the room was watching my face with an expression I have seen exactly once since, which is the look of people who already know the answer and are hoping anyway. They weren't asking to get rich. They were asking not to have to leave the place they were born. Summon all the officials in charge of the city, I said. I have something to say to them. Liu Dexian's whole body jerked. So, the Lord is willing to stay? I stood on the steps an hour later and looked down at rows of ragged people standing very straight and said the thing out loud. From this day forward, I, Chun Hao, am the lord of this place. And then, because inspirational speeches are worth nothing, I called you here to do something important. Redo the statistics for the areas you're responsible for. Population, everything about the city, all of it, compiled and given to me. Can you do it before dark tomorrow? Able! I have never heard a room full of half-starved people shout like that. Then I went out past the walls with them following, to the flat where the last lord had put his territory, and released mine. Space distorted, and 60 meters of tree came up out of nothing, and the walls and the buildings and green vines forest unrolling outward in every direction like something being poured. The entire city stopped. Look, what a huge tree! Is that the Lord's territory? It's magnificent. What kind of plant is that? How can there be vines that big? Look up there. Is that a dragon flying? People came out of their houses to stand in the street and stare, and I stood in front of my own gate feeling a very specific kind of embarrassment. The system had a lot to say about the new arrangement. Territory name, Tree of Life. Level, Tier 6. Recruit cap, 120. Subsidiary territory, Yellow Sand City. And 7 new functions, but the one I cared about was a number sitting next to my territory level, and it read 3. Faith, provided by townsfolk. The wealthier the territory, the more townsfolk it has, the stronger the sense of belonging, the more power of faith it provides, and the stronger the Lord's own power. Required for unlocking some features. Essential for upgrading territories to Tier 6 or higher. I read that twice. The people make me stronger, not metaphorically, mechanically. A number goes up when they believe in me, and that number is a hard requirement for the rest of my life. And I had 3 points, from a city of 500 people who were praying to a rock. Tier 7 needs 500. Right, so the whole plan changes. For a month, my strategy had been kill things, take things, climb. That works right up until the wall where the only currency is other people's trust, and there is no shortcut, and you cannot rob anyone for it. I would have to actually be good at this. I opened the recruitment interface to see what the continent had given me, because there'd been a line in all that noise. Basic troop type restriction lifted, which meant more base material for mutation, new things in the pool. I only had 3,000 magic energy left, so I recruited 10 plant spirits and started rolling, and the first one came out as a pumpkin. An actual pumpkin. Round. With a face. Fear pumpkin. Strength 0. Agility 200. Skills. Escape. Retracts the roots and rolls away at extremely high speed. Description. Very timid. Will run away immediately if threatened. The system gave me a coward with a sports car engine. So it's you who's afraid, I said. Guang maxed out agility purely to run. And then I read the third skill. Sowing. Sows pumpkin seeds to grow pumpkins in designated locations. Pumpkins can grow even in harsh environments and are edible. I stopped. Come on, plant one. Here. It rolled over to my feet, spat a handful of yellow seeds into the dirt, then stuck its roots in the ground next to them and wriggled happily. A shoot came up in under a minute. I recruited more and rolled more, and out came wheat and potatoes, and every single one of them carried the same line, grows in harsh environments. I stood in my yard with a small, cowardly farm around me, and thought about a town full of people so thin the wind was dangerous. They can't grow anything out here. That's the whole problem. That's why they're skeletons. That's why everyone left. And a slot machine had just handed me a crop that doesn't care. I sent for Liu Duxian, and he came in person instead of sending his steward, because of course he did, and I put 3 enormous hide sacks in front of him. Seeds, wheat, pumpkin, potato. Take them back and share them with the townsfolk. I've prepared them so they'll grow in this environment. He looked at me. He looked at the sacks. It can be grown here? Also, I have a few monster corpses. Have someone bring a cart. Let's give everyone an extra meal tonight. And I took the beasts out of my personal space and dropped them, and they made a small hill. I have never seen an old man move that fast. They planted the seeds before dark, all of them, in a sheltered strip outside the walls where the city blocked the sand. Hundreds of people, working until they couldn't see. And that night I sent a dragon up to look at my city, expecting a party. There wasn't one. There was a street full of people walking home fast, each carrying a small cloth bag, holding it carefully in both hands. Mother, are we going to have meat now? Same girl. Rosy-faced for once, staring at the bag. Yes, the Lord gave us a lot of meat today. He said it was a reward for cultivating the farmland. Tonight we'll take some out for soup and dry the rest into jerky to keep for later. Great, finally meat soup. She skipped down the street about it. Meat soup, that's the celebration. And I sat 60 meters up in a tree with my hands on the rail, watching an entire city portion out a single day's food across weeks because they didn't believe there'd be another one. Liu Duxian had told them it was payment for work. That was deliberate. He knew they wouldn't take charity, and he knew they'd take wages, and he'd made the decision himself without asking me. Smart old man. My faith went from 0 to 3 that night. And I understood the mechanic properly, finally, because I could feel it. 3 points is nothing. 3 points is a rounding error, and I could feel it in my arms. I checked the regional channel and found the new lords all complaining. Brothers, I've been here a whole day. Why isn't my power of faith increasing at all? Me too. I got a territory of 5,000 people and it hasn't moved. A bunch of new bumpkins. Faith doesn't go up because you have more people. Do you understand faith? They have to actually believe in you. I thought I was playing a single-player game in a newbie village. If you can't even manage townsfolk, you shouldn't be a lord. 5,000 people and 0. 500 people and 3. I closed the channel and went to bed feeling, for the first time in a month, like I might actually be good at something other than killing. The next morning, I got educated. I called in He Min, Liu Deqian's steward, and asked about the area, and he told me things that reorganized my entire understanding of this world. First, there's currency, magic crystals, one-to-one with magic energy condensed into a physical thing, and everything on this continent runs on them. Trade, taxes, wages, all of it. I converted some and got a black crystal the size of my thumb and stood there holding my own soul fuel in a solid form, which is a strange feeling. Second, there are natives, not lords. People who were born here, who have always been here, who cultivate, actually cultivate, with tiers like ours, all the way up, and are called cultivators. Slower than us, can't summon troops. But they exist in enormous numbers, and some of them are extremely strong. Which reframed the entire continent. I'd assumed this place was a stage built for lords. It's not. It's a world with people in it, and we're the immigrants. Third, and this one made me sit up. This is the border between the Great Wilderness Duchy and the Flowing Fire Kingdom. Sometimes traveling merchants cross the Gobi to trade, and we bought many of our things from them. However, recently monsters have been causing unrest deep in the Gobi, so no one dares cross. It'll be a long time before merchants come. A border. My dead city, the worst dirt in the duchy, was sitting on a trade route between two countries that had been closed by monsters. Monsters are, professionally speaking, my whole personality. So that's how it is, I said, and I hope I kept my face still. I went out into the Gobi that afternoon with Ling Shi and 4 tier 6s, and about half an hour in, the ground stopped. Not sloped, stopped. A rock fault running left and right as far as I could see, dropping tens of meters straight down, like somebody had taken a knife to the map. And that, right there, was the answer to a question I'd been carrying since I arrived. Why does a town this defenseless still exist? It's 20 minutes from a Gobi full of monsters, and it has mud walls and no soldiers. It should have been eaten years ago. It wasn't, because of a cliff. The terrain had been doing the job an army should have been doing for 100 years, for free. I climbed down it, which at tier 6 is a mildly interesting stroll, and the world changed at the bottom. Green. Weeds growing thick, tropical stuff with big leaves I hadn't seen anywhere, actual living plants out here where the city above couldn't keep a bean alive. Because down here, there's shade and moisture, and nothing to blow the topsoil away. Which meant Yellow Sand City wasn't cursed. It was just badly placed. There was a whole living world 400 meters away and 30 meters down, and no one up top had the strength to get to it. 10 minutes later, a tier 3 deer with serrated antlers came through the brush at 40 kilometers an hour, and a wood shadow dragon came out of the sky and opened its throat on the way past. Venison, that's good stuff. Don't let it get away. That's what I said, out loud, about a monster. Because I want to be honest about where my head was that week. I had stopped seeing the Gobi as a danger and started seeing it as a warehouse. Every roaming monster out here was a meal for a city of 500 people who'd been rationing. I went deeper and it got harder, tier 5s, then a pair of tier 6s that actually cost me something to put down, out at the edge of what I'd dare do with 4 units. I came home at dusk with 200 magic energy and a personal space packed with corpses, and I did something I'd been thinking about since the meet. I found Liu Deqian. Are there iron or copper mines nearby? Ore veins? He blinked. Guang mean places where ore is produced? If so, there are many under the nearby mountains, all of them dug by the previous lord. Of course there were. Then here's what we'll do. Tell everyone. Anyone willing to help me collect ore gets 10 caddies of meat from me. Every day. They don't need to be fast, just diligent and healthy. The room went absolutely silent. My lord, are you telling the truth? 10 caddies of monster meat per day. I found out later exactly what that meant to them, which is that it solved a family's entire food problem in one stroke, with some left over, and that within an hour, the streets of Yellow Sand City were in complete chaos, people dragging their sons and husbands to the sign-up desk, wives abandoning cooking pots mid-meal to register. 50 odd names by evening. Every able-bodied person in the city. 50 out of 500. That's what a town looks like after 3 bad years. 1 in 10 can lift a pick, and the rest are old, or small, or sick, or somebody's widow. The stewards screened them, too, without me asking. Only the healthy ones, no hidden conditions, because I'd said the work was hard, and they took that seriously enough to turn away men who begged to be let on. And here's the part I want to be honest about. I could have had my plants do it. My plants are stronger, faster, don't sleep, don't eat, and don't get hernias. It would have been more efficient in every measurable way, and it would have been finished in 1/3 of the time. I paid people instead, partly because my plants had better things to do, mostly because I'd watched a woman knock her forehead on the ground over a question her daughter asked, and I had a suspicion about what that town actually needed, and it wasn't ore. A man with a job stands differently than a man being fed. That's all. That's the whole theory. I didn't have a better one at the time. Turned out to be worth about 50 points of faith, but I didn't know that yet. That night, the resource ledgers came in, and I sat by a fire going through household records for a place I'd owned for 2 days, and then I remembered to check the rankings. Duchy rankings, sorted by Lord tier, which is a much better system than the old regions. You're only measured against people at your own level. I opened the Tier 6 list. First, Song Wan Shan, humanoid. Second, Fang Lan, angel. Third, Duan Ling, undead. Over 100 pages, 10,000 names. My ranking, not included in any rankings. Which stung less than you'd think, because look, a month ago I was 9th out of 10 million, and now I couldn't crack 10,000 in one province of one kingdom of one continent. That's not a demotion, that's a map. Then I scrolled up past Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8, Tier 9. And at the very top of everything, hanging over the whole list in gold, 10th rank. One name. Just one. King Li Changlong. 10th rank, elemental system. I sat very still, because I had met one thing of the 10th rank in my life, and it was a toad the size of a mountain range that took 2/3 of 4 armies with its tongue while still mostly asleep. And the man who ran the province I lived in was that. Not a monster, a person. Somebody who had started exactly where I did, in some region with some rubbish starting unit, in some little fenced yard, and climbed all the way there. Which means it can be climbed. Well, I said, out loud, to a fire. All right then. I closed the list and went to bed with a completely unreasonable amount of ambition for a man who owned a mud town. The next morning the mining started, and I went up the mountain with them to see the shafts, and Hu Min explained that the rock layers out here run shallow, so mineral veins are everywhere. Everywhere. Iron and copper, unlimited, 20 minutes from my front door. Then why did that lord leave? Hu Min got awkward because he didn't want to badmouth a lord in front of a lord. As you know, my lord, our place is remote and the environment is harsh. Apart from this mine, we have nothing. Not many people can stand it. He managed a month. Nothing but infinite ore and a closed international trade route, I thought. What a hardship posting. Then I went down to look at the farmland on the way back, and the good mood ended. The seeds hadn't come up. Not the first batch, not the second, not the third. Nothing. Liu Desian came over to explain, and he was gentle about it, which made it worse. They are growing much slower than in other places, but there's nothing we can do. Our environment is terrible. In the past, we could only grow cassava, barely. It's already amazing that your seeds grow here at all. Did you ever think about connecting to a water source? Of course I've thought about it, but apart from a few dry wells with a little water in the bottom, where around here could there be water? And he looked out at all that sand and sighed, and it was the sigh of a man who has watched generation after generation try and fail at this exact thing until everybody left. That's the moment I understood the actual problem with Yellow Sand City. It isn't monsters. It isn't poverty. It's that there's no water, so nothing grows, so there's no food, so people leave, so there's nobody to build anything, so there's no water. I'd been sending a wood shadow dragon out every single day looking. Nothing. Not a stream, not a spring, not a damp patch. And right then, while we were standing there being miserable together, one of the dragons came back over the ridge. With news. It had found water. I got up on it so fast I nearly went off the other side, and 5 kilometers out, in a gully in the mountains at the edge of the Gobi, there was a hole blown in the rock and an underground river running through it. an underground river, under solid stone, which is exactly why nobody in 100 years of Yellow Sand City had ever found it, and why they couldn't have reached it if they had. Wait, I said, who blew the hole? And then I got the full story, and I want to tell it properly. The Mushroom Demon King, Tier 5, crowned, my sunbathing general, had gotten bored at the mine, so it had climbed onto the back of a wood shadow dragon without asking anyone and gone for a joyride over the mountains. And from the air, it had seen some small animals running around down in the gully, and it had thrown mushrooms at them, for fun. It missed the animals entirely, blew the top off a rock shelf, and uncovered the water table. I looked down at a small fungus that was, at that moment, trying very hard to look like it was somewhere else. Fine, I said. I'll let it go this time, since you did a good job. It immediately started bouncing. 5 kilometers, through solid rock, downhill all the way, and the only thing on this continent that could cut that channel was a bloodline mushroom with double blast radius and a complete absence of impulse control. So I built a demolition crew. Recruited plant spirits, rolled them, and by the 9th roll I had 2 more bursting mushrooms, 4 total, counting the boss. I marched a canal demolition team into the mountains and told the city what we were doing. I have never seen a place mobilized like that. They came out with picks and shovels, everyone, the mining crews, the ones who hadn't been picked, the old, the women, the kids carrying dirt in baskets and mixing waterproofing by hand. All of them, outside the walls, digging a channel toward a mountain, on the word of a man they'd known for 4 days. And up in the hills, my mushrooms blew a road through stone, and the townsfolk came up behind and sealed every crack and leak by hand as we went. 4 days. 4 days of that, in the sun, and on the 4th afternoon, the last section was clear and sealed and dry, and the whole city came out and stood by the moat they'd dug outside the walls, families together, and the mining crews ran back from the mountain to be there. Boom, the last charge went off up in the hills, and there was a very long silence, long enough that I started to worry. Then there was a sound, a splash, high up and far away, and then closer, and water came down the channel into the ditch in front of 500 people. I want to describe what happened next accurately because I've thought about it a lot. Nobody cheered at first. There was about 2 seconds where the whole crowd just made a noise all together, a kind of low sound, and then it broke. It's water! The water's here! The water's really here! We did it! We did it! Yellow Sand City finally has water! Is this real? Am I dreaming? Grown men holding each other, people saying words that weren't words. It ran muddy for a minute, and then went clear, and came into the moat clean, and the oldest people there stood at the edge of it and cried, because they had spent an entire life defending a town that couldn't drink, and it had been worth it, after all. Then somebody remembered me. Let's go greet the Lord. Yes, the Lord got the water here. Let's welcome him. Our Lord is the greatest benefactor Yellow Sand City has had in generations. That's right. If anyone dares disrespect the Lord, I, Da Zhuang, will be the first to make them pay. I was coming back down out of the hills with the plants and a smug expression, and 500 people came around the mountain path at me at a dead run, and then all of them knelt down in the dirt at once, and a notification went off in my head. Congratulations, Guang have earned the respect of the townsfolk and gained 50 points of faith. 50. I had been getting 2 or 3 a day. Territories with thousands of people were getting 1 or 0, 50 in one moment from 500. And then something came into me from every direction, not the tree, not the system, from them, and settled through my whole body, and I felt myself get stronger, actually measurably stronger, 10% across the board, standing in a mountain path, because of what a few hundred half-starved people felt about a ditch. I had spent a month believing that power came out of the ground and out of dead things. Turns out it also comes out of people, and it comes faster. Get up, everyone, I said, and my voice did something I wasn't expecting. This is a happy day. Don't make it look like a funeral. And a man from the mine crew, absolutely wrecked, shaking, said, My lord, we may not know how to say nice things, but from now on, if you're willing, our lives are yours. And the whole crowd said it back at him, which is a lot to be handed by people who own nothing. So I gave them the only thing worth giving. I understand. In that case, I'll give you a task, not your lives. Take care of that canal, and get the building of Yellow Sand City started, and those farms. I want this to become a real city, like the ones out there. Are you confident you can do it? Have, they screamed it. And they went back down that mountain, talking over each other about districts and walls and where the second canal should go. 500 people planning a metropolis in a desert. And I let them, because at that exact moment, I believed it too. Then I went home and got back to work, because sentiment is lovely, and the countdown never actually stops. Troop tower to Tier 6, off the ore the crews had brought in. 3 days of work by 50 men, and it bought a building upgrade I could not have bought with a week of hunting. I researched the wood demon dragon first, and recruited 5 of the Tier 6 version, and they came out bigger, with blades along the wings. Wood shadow dragon, agility 420, and then I mutated one, because that's what I do, a 2-headed lion made of plant, with a roar that ruptures things. I mutated another, a tortoise with an evergreen growing out of its shell, 480 constitution, and a skill called Turtle Shield Mirror Wall that put a 3-meter transparent wall up in front of me that I hit with half my strength at Tier 6 and did not scratch. Land, sea, and air out of 1 rare dragon in 3 rolls. And then I got on the lion's back and rode it into the Gobi, which is the fastest I had ever moved in my life, with a mushroom sitting on the lion behind me holding on with, I assume, spores. We found a spider nest that afternoon. 30 Tier 6 blood jade poison spiders whose silk sizzled in open air. I did not go in. I sent 1 dragon over the top to make them angry and pulled 4 out at a time and killed them in the open where they couldn't gang up. Half an hour. All 28 of them. Congratulations! Guang have successfully wiped out the 6th tier monster stronghold and obtained 1 6th tier territory essence. 2,800 magic energy and my first Tier 6 essence, and the whole thing took less time than a lunch break, because that's what happens when you have a mount and an air force and 18 months of bad ideas behind you. I rode home in an extremely good mood, past crops that were finally actually coming up, past a moat with children playing in it, and women washing clothes at the bank, and everybody shouting hello at me, and I remember thinking very clearly, I could stay here. I could actually stay here. Which is, historically, right about when the world tends to knock on my door. The knock came 4 days later, and it came with a wagon train. But first, the system finally apologized to me. I've been rolling Earth Elemental Spirits, the Tier 6 version of my ranged casters which mutate into all kinds of nonsense, and about halfway through a batch, the light faded and there was a cactus standing in my yard. Taller than me, 4 limbs, covered in spines. Cactus warrior. Skills: spinning spikes. The body spins at high speed, firing spines in all directions with extremely high penetration. And spike ball, spits a ball of spines that detonates on contact and sprays the entire area. I stood there for a while, because on day 1, in the dirt, with 10 shrubs and a wolf trying to eat me, I had said out loud, if you can't give me a good unit, at least give me a cactus. A cactus can throw thorns. A cactus can do something. 6 weeks later, on a different continent, the machine finally got around to my complaint. I set a rock up 10 meters away and told it to fire. The spine went through the rock and out the other side and buried itself in the dirt behind it, and the rock fell apart in 2 pieces afterward, the way things do in films. Okay, I said, apology accepted. Then a boy came sprinting up to my gate shouting that a caravan had arrived and there was a lord in it. That got my attention very fast. I put down what I was doing, got on a lion, and went. A dozen wagons had come in through the far gate and were rolling up the main street, and around them were 40 centaurs carrying weapons, 40, all Tier 6, which was enough to make my townsfolk press themselves against the walls. The carriage curtain went back, and a young man about my age looked out. It really is just like the rumors said, extremely desolate. I never expected there to be a lord here. Yes, his fat merchant said. It seems he arrived recently, like yourself. We should be careful. Humph, all newly arrived. What's there to be afraid of? I brought 40 Tier 6s. Then they came up the street and saw a 100-meter tree with black shapes flying around it. Flying troop type, and all the contempt came off his face at once. I came down the street at him with everything I owned, and I'll be honest, I brought the whole zoo on purpose. 5 different types of unit visible at a glance, every one of them Tier 6. He got out of the carriage very politely after that. I am new to your area, so let me introduce myself. My name is Han Donglin, from the Flowing Fire Kingdom. I'm here to do some business. May I ask your name, brother? Just call me Chen Hao. So you came from the other side of the Gobi. Yes, my territory is short of resources, so we have to find a way to earn magic energy. And then, because he was a merchant to the bone, if Brother Chen Hao needs anything, I can sell you some specialties. Of course, I'll give you a discount. Do you have magic powder? His eyebrow went up. Of course. Are you planning to build a territory protective shield? How did you know? Because I built mine already. Otherwise, why do you think I dare come all this way? I liked him instantly and immediately started worrying about him, which is how I feel about all good merchants. He sold me 500 units of powder and taught me what magic crystals were in the process, and then sold me 2,500 caddies of rice, which I bought purely so my people could eat something that wasn't monster. And then he gave me something for free, which is what merchants do when they want something later. He leaned in. I've heard that even inside a duchy, lords can kill each other, and it's tacitly permitted. Aren't they afraid of a duchy uprising? Afraid? Why? Do you know how many lords descend on this continent every day? To put it bluntly, the least valuable thing on this continent is a lord. I looked at him for a second. Guang were telling me all this. Aren't you afraid I'll just kill you right now? No way. He didn't even blink. We're neighbors, aren't we? If there's an opportunity in the future, we can cooperate to open a trade route. That's better than violence, isn't it? Looks like you came prepared. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. I want to note that he was completely right and I was never going to touch him. Killing him buys me 40 dead centaurs and a wagon of rice, and losing him closes the only road between two countries for another 3 years. I built the shield the moment I could afford it. 4 spires, one at each corner of my territory, that go up automatically when the place is attacked. I had been leaving my house undefended for 6 weeks. That night was the first time I slept properly since the beast tide. The next morning, Liu Dexian took me into the city with a mysterious expression to show me something. The broken statue in the square was gone. In its place, there was an enormous new one. Of me. The artisans built it overnight, he said, beaming. What do you think, my lord? Isn't this too flashy? It was not flashy. It was appalling. It was 3 times my size, and it had my face on it, and it was in the exact center of a city where I had to walk past it every day. Flashy? I don't think it's anything special. He looked genuinely puzzled. I originally wanted to make it bigger, but there are too few craftsmen. When we have more people, we'll get a bigger one for the Lord. No, this is fine. There's no need to change it. Is that so? Very well then. I'll follow the Lord's arrangements. I have thought about that statue many times since, usually while trying to sleep. Anyway, then I went and killed 100 snakes. There was a rift valley half a day into the Gobi that the dragons found, absolutely packed with tier 6 red phosphorus twin-tailed serpents. 100 of them, easily, more than twice everything I energy, filling the whole floor of the canyon. Any sane lord looks at that and leaves. But 100 tier 6s is 10,000 magic energy, and I looked at the shape of the canyon instead of the number of snakes. Long, narrow, and the mouth of it was small. That terrain seems like we can make use of it. Guang know what this is. It's the oldest trick there is. Close the door and beat the dog. I put 8 Mu-E tortoises at the canyon mouth, and the mushrooms and the cactus behind them, and everything else on the flanks. Charge! The tortoises ran at the entrance, and the snakes came boiling up to meet them. Throw the mushrooms! Throw the spike balls! Everything went over the top into the canyon like a shower of flowers, and at the exact same moment, the trees on 4 tortoise shells swung around, and 4 semi-transparent walls went up across the entrance and sealed it shut. The snakes hit the mirror wall face first at speed, all of them, and then behind the glass, the mushrooms went off. Defeat a tier 6 crimson phosphorus twin-tailed serpent. Gain 103 magic energy. 10 in one burst. The wall held for 30 seconds, and when it shattered, I had the vine banshees grab whatever came through, threw another round in, and 4 more tortoises put a fresh wall up. Boom, boom, boom. The second volley collapsed a rock shelf and buried the whole front rank alive. Nearly 4,000 energy in one go. Half an hour of that, over and over, and the last snake fell dead in the mouth of a canyon I never once had to enter. 10,000 magic energy from a fight I did not have. Somewhere in that same batch of rolls, though, something quieter happened, and it turned out to matter more than every snake in that canyon. I mutated an earth elemental spirit and got grass. Grass. A clump of ordinary roadside weeds sitting in the dirt of my yard, looking like something you'd step over. Did the mutation fail? Silver-edged grass. Every stat 250 flat, which is bad. Skill, hardening, which is fine. And then the third line, infinite proliferation, consumes natural energy to rapidly multiply, creating identical individuals without occupying a recruitment slot. I read that last clause about 9 times. Without occupying a recruitment slot. Every lord in this world is capped. That's the fundamental constraint of the entire system. You get a number, mine was 120, and no matter how rich you are, that's your ceiling. Everyone's fighting over the same shape of army, and a weed had just told me that it doesn't count. Multiply. It split, and split again, and spread out across my entire territory in about 15 seconds, and through the link I could feel that it hadn't even reached its limit. It had just stopped because past a certain point, the energy cost climbs faster than it can pay. Grass, everywhere, all of it mine, none of it on the books. And I own an ability that copies skills between units. I sat down on a root and looked at a lawn for a long time. Because here's the thought, and I want to walk you through it the way it walked through me. Mutation keeps one skill. Any skill, including that one. Which means if I mutate this weed into a war tree and the roll keeps infinite proliferation, I don't get a war tree. I get a war tree that makes 4 war trees. For free. Off the books. Not counted against my 120. Take 120 slots, fill every one of them with a unit carrying that skill, and press the button. 480. Every other lord on this continent has been fighting over how to get the best units into 120 boxes. Every strategy discussion I'd ever read in that channel was some version of that same question. And a weed had just told me the boxes are optional. That was the day my whole future stopped being about quality. It's not that I stopped caring about strong units. It's that from that afternoon on, there were 2 armies in my head. The sharp one, 40 or 50 things built to end a specific problem, and the other one, the one with no ceiling, the one that just gets wider every time I feed it. And the second one is the one that scares people. The refugees showed up the next morning. Hundreds of them pouring in through the gates, ragged, exhausted, having walked a very long way. Twin Leaf City, Liu Desian said. A newly arrived lord had a falling out with the original city lord, and they fought. These people were caught in it and fled here. Twin Leaf City is 80 miles east and the biggest thing near us, and its city lord was a cultivator who'd run the place for years and had no intention of handing it to some kid who fell out of the sky. So the 2 of them were tearing the city apart, and the people in the middle had walked 80 miles across monster country to a town they'd heard was even poorer than the one they left. Several of them came out of the crowd and went straight down on their knees in front of me. My lord, please have mercy and let us stay. We'll do anything. As long as we have food, that's enough. Please take us in. We have nowhere else to go. We promise we won't do anything reckless. And they started kowtowing, all of them, in the dirt. And I stood there with my jaw tight. Because I knew what that was. That's not desperation, that's rehearsal. Somebody, somewhere, at some point, taught these people that this is the correct way to speak to a man like me. I got them up, and then, because something didn't add up, I asked how they'd survived the crossing. They all looked at one man. He came forward. Middle-aged, cold-faced, and there was something coming off him that wasn't ordinary. Controlled, banked, deliberately quiet. Greetings, Lord. Who are you? Yes, my lord, my strength is low, barely 5th rank. A 5th rank cultivator, escorting refugees, on foot, across the Gobi. With your strength, you shouldn't have fallen into the status of a vagrant. He kept his head down. My name is Li Qiang. I left Twin Leaf City with these refugees because I disliked the cruelty of the city lord. Neither humble nor groveling, and with a hint of something that wasn't quite deference. I thought about my city, which at that point had exactly 0 armed men, 0 security, and a lord who was out of town roughly every other day. Li Qiang, is it? I see you're quite capable. Are you interested in working for me? I'm forming a guard unit, and I'm missing a commander. He looked up like I'd hit him. Then he went very straight. If your lordship does not find it offensive, I will do my utmost. And that's how I hired the best man I have ever employed, off the street, in a crowd of refugees, for the price of asking. I put him to work immediately, take people out to the roads, meet anyone else fleeing this way, bring them in, as many as we can get. And he had the nerve to argue with me. My lord, please forgive my bluntness. Too many refugees may not be a good thing. They could easily cause unrest. Given the current situation in Yellow Sand City, it is probably not appropriate. Which, translated, we are a mud town with 500 people and no soldiers, and you cannot afford this. He was being loyal on his first day, at personal risk, by telling me no. So I walked him out to my territory and had Greenvine open the gate. He stopped dead about 2 steps in. 200 meters of thorn forest opening in front of him like a mouth. A 100-meter tree, 60-plus enormous plants moving around a yard, every single one of them radiating something that made his teeth hurt. Dragons going up off the branches into the sky. These were all summoned by the Lord? Yes, so that should be enough to take in some refugees, right? That's enough, absolutely enough. He said it about 4 times. And I want to be honest that yes, I did that on purpose. Half of it was answering his question. The other half was making sure that on day 1, my new commander understood exactly what he'd joined, so we'd never have to have an awkward conversation later. He was gone within the hour with a squad, out onto the roads, and he was extremely good at it. Here's what Li Chang actually did, which I did not tell him to do, and which is why I ended up trusting that man with everything. He didn't wait at the gate. He took his people out 80 miles along the Twin Leaf Road and sat on it. Every family that came stumbling west, he met on the road, before the monsters got them, before the thirst did, and he walked them in. And he told them the truth on the way, not a sales pitch. He told them Yellow Sand City was poor, that the walls were mud, that they'd be working, and that there was water and there was food, and nobody would touch them. Which meant every single person who arrived had already decided to stay. The first day he brought back 100, the second day 200. The third day, people started arriving on their own, because word had gone back up the road that there was a place west of the desert taking anyone. Liu Dexian and his stewards were running the intake in shifts by then, housing, water, work rosters. I stood on the wall one evening and watched an old man who 3 weeks earlier could not stand up unassisted, running a refugee camp with a stick and a clipboard. And a 5th-rank cultivator who had arrived as a beggar, directing traffic on my road. I'd hired both of them off the street inside a fortnight. That's the thing nobody tells you about being a lord. The units are the easy part. The units come out of a menu. People you have to actually find, and then you have to be worth staying for. And I went back to work, and 2 things happened in the same week that changed the size of everything. The first was Ling Shi. She'd been at the top of Tier 6 for days, and she finally hit her cap, and when I said yes, the system said something new. Upgrading a troop type from Tier 6 to Tier 7 requires 1 Tier 6 territory essence. Ah, there it is. That's the wall. Past Tier 6, units don't level on kills alone. They cost the same currency as territories, which is why nobody I'd met on this continent had troops above their own tier. It isn't power, it's price. Fortunately, I had 8 because I'd been clearing nests like a lunatic. Upgrade. The light took her, and when it faded, she was the size of my head, with a face like a person, and the 4 butterflies around her had fused into one small fairy that flew alongside her. Fairy Messenger. Ling Shi, Royal Family. Tier 7, Spirit, 900, and a new skill. Power of Dominion. Powerful control over natural energy, capable of commanding all plants, accelerating their growth, healing wounds, and summoning tree demons. I took her out to test it, and she made an ordinary tree stand up and beat a Tier 6 monster into pulp, and then she casually condensed wood spikes out of empty air with no plant and no ground involved, and shot a monster to pieces from across a valley. Advanced nature control. She didn't need material anymore, she could just make it. And then a notification I'd been waiting weeks for. Congratulations. Guang have successfully broken into the top 10,000 of the regional rankings, Tier 6. Rank 4,432, 1 Tier 7 unit, and I jumped straight into the top 5,000 of an entire duchy, which told me 2 things. 1, a Tier 7 is worth an enormous amount on that list. 2, there were 4,000 people above me who all had more than 1. Great. Wonderful. Good to know. The second thing that happened that week was the harvest problem. Li Chang came back with 500 more people, and then more, and then more, and Liu Dexian came to me with the arithmetic on his face. There are almost 500 refugees now. Steward Liu says we don't have enough food, which was true. The crops were coming, they were beautiful, and they were about 2 weeks off. 2 weeks is nothing. 2 weeks is also a very long time to a person who has walked 80 miles on an empty stomach. Before, that would have finished me. I'd have had to turn people away at the gate. Now I looked up at the small glowing thing over my shoulder. Okay, take them in and settle them. I'll take care of the food. I walked out to the fields with her, 5 times bigger than when we'd started, wheat and pumpkins and potatoes all the way to the ridge, and said, "Ling Shi, it's on you." She went up over the farmland and started to fly, slow, back and forth, waving that staff, and light came down out of her in sheets, and 100 acres of grain went gold in about 4 minutes. The farmers came running out of the rows in a panic, thinking the world was ending. "My lord, what has happened?" "It's nothing. I just wanted these ripe faster. Go and tell Steward Liu to send people to bring the harvest in." I have rarely seen human beings move that fast. The whole city came out to reap, and the refugees who'd arrived that same morning picked up sickles and went into the rows next to people they'd never met, and I stood at the edge of a field watching a town feed 500 strangers with a harvest that had been 2 weeks away 20 minutes earlier. Ling Shi came back and landed on my shoulder, and she was drooping, because it costs her. Of course it costs her. Nothing in this world is free, and forcing 100 acres out of season took something out of a creature the size of my head. "Thanks a lot," I said, very quietly. She perked up immediately and pretended she was fine, which is exactly what she'd do. I sent her home to rest and did not use that skill again for a long time. A few days after that, I finally went to look at Twin Leaf City, because you should always know your neighbors, and because 80 miles is nothing on a lion. Li Qiang rode with me to guide, clinging to the branches on the lion's back with an expression of pure horror, and pointed the way. And what we found, from the tree line, was a wreck. Grand, much grander than mine, 10 times the size, gilded characters over the gate, and half the wall collapsed, roads full of craters, and through the gate a whole district of ruins. The old city lord and the new one had spent a week destroying the thing they were fighting over, which is the most human sentence I know. Cultivators everywhere on the gates, mechanical hounds and mech spiders patrolling the streets inside, some of them tier 7. "The guards inside are even tighter than outside," I said. "It'd be very difficult to get in now. We rode around it once and went home. And I want to tell you what that trip actually did to me, because it wasn't fear. It was scale. That was a ruined city, mid-Civil War, half burned, and it was still bigger and richer and better armed than everything I owned put together. I'd spent a week feeling extremely pleased with myself about a canal. So I went home and stopped feeling pleased and went back into the Gobi. And for 5 days, I did nothing but grind, hunting, clearing nests, hauling ore, recruiting, until every one of my 120 slots was full. 30 beast-shaped units, 80 combat plants, 10 farmers and support. Yellow Sand City doubled to over 1,000 people. My faith crossed 100, and I could feel that too. And on the 5th evening, while I was checking the channel, the tone of it was wrong. "Brother themselves, it's time to set off again. Are you all ready? Is that even a question? Ready and waiting for tomorrow noon. This time I'm going to kill 10, to avenge the arrow I took last time. Haha, you should make sure you come back alive first. Anyone want to team up? I'm honest and trustworthy, and I would never betray you." I sat there reading it and could not make sense of a word. Then some other new lord asked the question I was too proud to ask. "Hey guys, what are you all talking about? What departure?" "Same question. I've only been here a few days. Is something bad about to happen?" And the old lords descended on them with absolute glee. "Haha, tremble, newbies. Tomorrow is the mass teleportation. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get stronger." Poor things. Only been here a few days and they run into this. I wonder how many newbies die this time. I suspect at least half of these new lords will die. Half? That's conservative. Don't scare them, they're on our side. Anyway, the notification should be coming any second. And it came. Not to a channel. Into every head on the continent at once, in that same flat, bored voice I'd heard on my very first day. "Dear Lords, the Myriad Worlds battlefield will open tomorrow at noon. Please prepare accordingly. At that time, all lords will be forcibly teleported to Myriad Worlds battlefield. The process will last 3 days. During the battlefield, all territories and their subordinate territories will be protected from any external destruction. On the battlefield, you will encounter enemies from all races across countless worlds, as well as various treasures and territorial resources. Fight bravely and strive to survive. I sat very still under my tree, forcibly teleported, not invited. Then the kinder half of the channel explained it, and it's the single worst piece of good news I have ever received. Every world in the universe, all of them, gets pulled into the same plane at the same time, once every 3 months, for 3 days. Everyone who is not from the primordial continent is an enemy. All of them. Every race, every world, all at once. And you fight because the losing side has its fortune plundered, and a world that keeps losing fortune eventually just stops, dies, withers out. They call it the War of Fortune. I read that 4 times. I'd spent a month thinking the cruelty stopped at the edge of my region. Then I found out my whole region was a farm. And I'd thought, fine, at least the real continent is real. And the real continent turns out to be one animal in a bigger pen, in a much larger farm, fighting the other animals for feed. There's always another fence. That's the lesson. It's fences all the way up. Actually, you don't need to worry too much, somebody wrote. The battlefield is divided by lord level, so you'll only meet enemies of the same tier. And each level is split into many small regions. As long as you're lucky, you won't be assigned to the top realms. Oh, and there are rewards for killing enemies. And I sat up, because of course there are. I spent that night building. Every hour I had, I ground the gobi and burned essences, and pushed 3 units that were sitting near their caps up to tier 7. The first was a blood succubus that came out as something called a siren, with a skill named Banshee's Kiss, takes complete control of a single enemy for a short time, duration based on their mental strength. I tested it on 2 tier 6 wolves and made one of them tear its friend's throat out. The second came out as a withered banshee, whose poison isn't an attack, it's a field, a permanent zone of dying that hangs around it and quietly drains anything inside. 3 tier 7s plus Ling Shi. That's what I was taking into a war between every world in existence. And at Neon the next day, with the sun straight overhead, I came out of my territory and found the entire city outside my gate. Not a few people, all of them. Liu Dexian at the front, Li Qiang beside him, every steward, every guard, every farmer, every refugee who'd arrived that week, standing in the sand in front of a thorn forest. My lord, are you preparing to go to the Myriad Worlds battlefield? Guang know about it? Of course I know, Liu Dexian bowed. Every 3 months, the lords are teleported there. We've all seen it, our whole lives. I've heard it's very dangerous. And then the old man's voice went, Lord, please be careful. Our Yellow Sand City can't do without you. And I looked past him at 1,000 people who had learned over 3 years that lords come and lords go, and mostly they leave, and who had spent that morning walking out here to stand in the sun and ask one not to die. Don't worry, I said. I'll be fine. While I'm gone, Yellow Sand City is in your hands. Even if the Lord didn't say so, we would have done it. Wouldn't we? Right, every one of them, at once, loud enough to bounce off the walls. I went back inside and called up everything I owned, 105 combat units, 102 tier 6s and 3 tier 7s, and stood in the middle of them in a yard I'd carried across a continent in my pocket. 6 weeks ago, I was in an office chair moving numbers between columns. 5 weeks ago, I owned 10 shrubs and a stick, and the entire world laughed at me in a public channel. 4 weeks ago, I found out I was livestock. 2 weeks ago, I walked past a sleeping god to get out of the pen. And 10 days ago, a hunched old man took pity on the worst-rated lord on the platform and gave me a dead town in a desert. And I gave it water, and it gave me something back that I still don't entirely have words for. The bell rang out over the whole continent. Myriad Worlds battlefield is now open. Teleportation is imminent. Light came up around my tree and around my city and around every corner of that world at once, and outside my walls, Liu Dexian and Li Qiang stood in the street looking up at it. It's time for the battlefield to open again, the old man said. I hope the Lord doesn't encounter any danger. Hopefully. And then they went back inside and got on with running a city, because the lords are risking their lives, and the least you can do is not slack off while they're gone. The pull took me. The last thing I saw of Yellow Sand City was a 100-meter tree standing in a desert that had water in it now, and a statue in a square with my stupid face on it, and about 1,000 people who had absolutely nothing looking up at a light in the sky and hoping. Then the world blurred, and I came out standing on a plain that smelled of blood and gunpowder, with the sky the wrong color, and 100 plants around me, and a voice in my head saying, Lord, Guang have successfully reached Tier 6 Myriad Worlds battlefield. The battlefield will last for 3 days. Here you will encounter enemies from all realms and races. During the battlefield, all Lord's magic energy is reset. Each Lord killed grants 1,000 base magic energy, plus any magic energy accumulated on that Lord. The battlefield kill leaderboard is now live, recording and ranking each Lord's kill count in real time. A live leaderboard of who has the most magic energy on them, publicly visible to everyone in the world. They don't even pretend anymore. They put a scoreboard up and tell 100,000 desperate people exactly which of them is carrying the most, and then they close the door for 3 days. Somewhere out there, every world in existence had just been poured into the same field, and somewhere back home, 500 people who used to hide meat in cloth bags were standing outside a gate in a desert, waiting. I looked around at 100 plants that had all started life as a shrub that couldn't hit anything, and I rolled my shoulders out. All right, I said, let's see who else is here.